you streaming this out to YouTube? Will it be, you're streaming this out to YouTube. Will it
Well,
be available as a recording for
yeah,
us?
yeah. The
Ah,
idea
yeah.
is that I'm recording, yeah, these live sessions to YouTube as a stream, and it may have gone wrong when it crashed out yesterday, but the idea is to do that so that then, let me just get this out of the way so I'm not looking at myself in delay. Um, yeah, the idea is that you get these recordings at the end of the session. But as I say, if it craps out, it might not have got the whole session. But yeah, that's the
Okay.
idea. Is in a couple of days' time, probably on Monday, Leonie will distribute these recordings to you. Um,
Cool.
so you'll be able to go back and listen to my dulcet tones anytime you want.
Thanks, mate.
Cool, awesome. Right, let me get the sharing thing going. Do. Cool. Now, the reason why my media's all offline is just a thing about the drive that the media's coming from. I've just got to initiate it again. So let me just find a window, kick in the network drive. So now the drive's in. When I go back into Resolve, it should. Let me just quit, go back in again. So it's looking at the drive again. That was me being silly. Wrong one. There we go. Cool. So just get this thing on. Yeah, so we were doing XML workflows and coming from Premiere and coming back in. So there's my folder that I set up yesterday, and we were working on this project too. So let's open that up, bring that bad boy in, and I'll do Shift Z to get my timeline scaled out to 100%. And remember, we had built the relationship between the offline viewer and the timeline. So by building that offline relationship now, we can skim through, and we'd just gone through, and if I remember, fixed the scaling issues and the problems that we had with the conform. So now we're good. But remember, we did all that with low quality media. Yeah. Now the clients come back and gone, right, I'm happy. Let's switch to the online quality media. Now, as I said yesterday, I would never mix the two in one project if you didn't really desperately need to. I would just never let the offline low res media get anywhere near the project. But it depends. Sometimes you're in a project where they've edited in that as well as composited in it, but they've made their proxies a different way than the way that Resolve uses them. So we might get a scenario where we're working initially with offline or low res media, and then we get the finishing stuff and we can just tweak what we're doing. So to swap the media in a timeline that you've got where you've got the wrong media in it, you can select the clips in the timeline. And the first thing you've got to do is turn off that conform lock enabled. That's the way by which Resolve goes, I'm never letting this media leave this shot, leave this container. It's locked in. But as soon as I turn that off, now we see those red indicators where it gives us options and all sorts. It's freed it up to have choices now, yeah, by turning off that conform lock. And now all we've got to do is go to File, Reconform from Media Storage. If we'd already brought in the online media, we could do it reconform from bins and just select the bin with the online media and it would do it from that. But we're going to get it in from outside the software. So we'll go reconform from media storage. And then you get this overlay. And basically in here, on this side, we've got our drives. But remember, I've set up that when in preferences, I set up a mount point to our training. So there's my training mount point. That makes life easier. Sure. Yeah. You go, once you've unlocked the media, you go File, Reconform from media storage. So if we've set up this mount point, remember I did it in DaVinci Resolve Preferences, Media Storage. I added the location to my training pack. Yeah, so that made it easy to find when I do this bit, because now when I go reconform from media storage, there's the mount point I've lodged, there's project 2, there's my high quality transcodes, so they're the ones I want to target. And then once I've targeted them here, I can do either all clips or just the selected clips if I'm only reconforming part of the timeline. I can say set clips to conform lock afterwards. So that's something I would do anyway, to just lock in that new media once I put it in, but it will do it automatically for me. And then over here, I get to choose my conform options. And this could be really handy because, say, for example, you don't have the right source time code, but you've got a good match on the file name. You could untick the time code and say, right, type file name match is all that's going to work here. Yeah. So if I did that as a profile, when I go OK now, it's just swapped in the media. Yeah. The way I can tell is, one, my HQ transcode is now full, my bin, because I had that selected. And if I click on the little info I that you get on the next side, on the bottom right of every file thumbnail, there's a little I. When you click on that, you get all the info, core info about that file. And you can see these ones are ProRes HQ, ProRes 422. If I select the low quality ones, they're ProRes 422 proxy. Yeah. So because it's training media, they've just made a slight distinction, but there's not much difference between those two. Proxies are definitely not broadcastable quality, but standard ProRes is deemed to be just about broadcast quality. Yeah, it's still a good quality codec. 2 seconds.
It's just because I was here. But it's not there. Is that correct? Okay. So maybe the target was at the HQ.
Yeah, you just selected into a bin.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. So that's cool.
Sorry, just when I've done all of that, like I've gone into the HQ transcodes folder, and it's saying unable to reconform timeline.
Did you unlock the conform lock before you do everything? You've got to turn off that conform lock.
Yeah, it's turned off.
Right, and then so you've done that. Have you got them? Yeah, maybe select them. Go to File.
Yeah.
Reconform.
Reconform from media storage. Yeah.
Yeah. Target the HQ transcode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got it on that, and then
you go OK, and you're getting this.
Yeah.
The source clips, media clips in the selected media storage folders are not able to conform the timeline. That's very weird, because I've just done it. I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't be able to conform to that one because I've just done it. But if I would try to conform to the low quality ones again, that's a weird one.
Should I open and close it?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, turn it off and on again. It might be a weird one, but it's just worked for me and then stopped working. So maybe I don't know what that is. As I say, normally when I'm doing this sort of conform, I'll bring the media in first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously one of the things we should have done, which I should have done, is duplicate the timeline first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have right-clicked and gone duplicate timeline. Then I could have left one as a low quality to reference against the high quality conform to just check that things were working before I committed to it, and having the get out of jail free card if I had done something wrong. So I would have called the copy a HQ master, and then linked into that one, so I'd still have the old one. But it's not a biggie on training, but that's what I would do normally. But yeah,
right, let me try it again now. Sorry.
Yeah, try one more time. If it doesn't matter, it's not a biggie because we're training. But yeah, that you've seen it work. You know it should work that way.
So I'm unticking time code as well, aren't I?
Yeah, untick time code type match. Just leave it on type file name.
Okay, yeah, that worked.
Worked. I see. It's a bug.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, good.
Sweet. Thank you.
It's always better when it works when you're not in the room.
Yeah.
It's really challenging in open Zoom sometimes on that. Brilliant. So now we've got our good quality media, we can do some grading on this film. Yeah. Now you can see it all looks lifeless and flat. So our next mission, after having checked the conform, is to do a little cheeky bit of color management. So just get into the slides. We can talk a bit. So yeah, so as we did, we've just done an XML conform. Yeah, there's lots of different formats of interchange file formats. This is the first one, edit decision list. You know, it's the first one that was invented. Just kept time code and basic stuff. But the ones we use now, Premiere will export a FCP7 XML, and that's the one that normally gets supplied. And Avid will supply an AAF, which is an advanced authoring format. It's another version. There is a new generation of XML coming through that's supposed to be very, very cool. And Resolve has already deployed it, but nobody else has. I can't remember. I'm just trying to remember. It's just brand new. No, at the moment it's deployed. I think it's called open source, something like that. Open something, but yeah, it's a next generation XML, and everybody's supposed to be deploying it, and it should make this much more robust as a workflow, hopefully. Yeah, from Avid and Adobe and all of these people are supposed to be deploying this new generation one. As I say, I can't for the life of me remember what it is. Let's go import and see if it gives us it. OTIO, that's it. OTIO. OTIO.OTIO. So that's, I think, open timelining out or something. But yeah, that's the next gen one. So keep your eye on that. If you can use that one, well, get both. Get them to export both, and then you've got a backup XML if that one don't work. But yeah, that's coming down the line, and it's always been a massive problem. You saw how much I had to check it. If they send me another edit, which they will in this lesson later, I've got to do it all again. Yeah, I just can't assume that it's worked. I've got to go back and check every shot again just before I do anything else. It's just so much dead time, wasted time. So yeah, we need a XML, all the media, and of course a reference movie, if nothing else, to tell us what the hell's going on. Now, log, as I said, log and something baked into Rec 709 is going to look a lot nicer by default, but it's also committed to a gamma curve, and it's committed to a color space that is far smaller than we can record in the log equivalent. It looks flat and lifeless because it is compressing all that information into the center, yeah, so it doesn't clip anything. But that's the problem. So if I'm looking at the gamma curve of the 2.4 gamma, which is what we're looking at when we're working with something baked into Rec 709, yeah, broadcast is a 2.4 gamma curve, whereas the log rolls off all that information. The gamma curve just hits the ceiling, yeah, and at 1 volt. Beyond that, there's no more brightness level, so it's clipped, and that would hamper us trying to grade it, yeah. So when it rolls off the shadows and the highlights, we get so much more out of it. Yeah. Sometimes you're grading stuff that has already been baked into Rec 709, phone footage, things like that, where someone's just recorded something. You'll find it far more difficult to get latitude and flexibility out of that kind of footage. There's little you can be, there's nothing you can do if it's burned out in the sky. There's no detail there anymore. Whereas if it was a log equivalent, you might be able to recover that sky detail, yeah, because it's protecting all that info. LUTs, we were talking about LUTs, lookup tables, yeah, color management. They're one level of color management. They're the simplest level, if you like. It basically, I can make a LUT, or I can use a camera LUT that a manufacturer's made to translate my media from one source to another, one color profile to another. But it is maths that are baked in. So if the maths are wrong, or you're feeding the wrong sum in, the wrong maths in, the wrong color space in, you'll get bad results. Yeah. So that's the thing with LUTs. So it's like translating from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Yeah. You're just taking one value in and taking another value out. Yeah. And it's doing that translation to make it work. It's still the fundamental same info. It's just being shaped differently. Yeah. And I showed you this yesterday, but yeah, we've got different color spaces, primaries, that now are matching to the human eye's functionality. Yeah. When we go into true color management in the next lesson, this is DaVinci wide gamut intermediate, which is the color primaries that DaVinci have developed for working, you know, at the highest end. Yeah. And there's ACES, AP1. ACES has got two color primaries. That's the smaller one, but you can see ACES is here and DaVinci Resolve's far bigger. ACES has another color primary set called AP0, which is about the same size as our DaVinci wide gamut. But in the next lesson, we'll be turning on our color management and accessing this color volume. And that would future-proof your work, because, you know, if someone comes along in 5 years' time and says, oh, I need another version of that for this spectacular TV that wasn't invented 5 years ago, you'll be able to do it, yeah, because you've worked to the ultimate size. So in this version of the project, we're just going to turn on color management and then tell these clips where they came from, what color they used when they were recorded. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
I had a sneeze. I apologize.
Oh, it's just no worries.
I didn't have time to turn my mic off, so
I would have been impressed. I'm lining up for a sneeze. There is nothing can stop me. And then I do 20 of them.
Yeah.
So to turn on our color management, you just go to the cog, our project settings. And in here, we've got color management as the third tab down. And as you can see, by default, we're in color science YRGB. If I've got, if I'm in DaVinci YRGB color managed, as soon as I go there, when you go in there at first and you go color processing mode, you've literally just got the simplest of choices. Am I outputting a high dynamic range master or a standard dynamic range master? We'll stay in the SDR one at the moment, and that one says suitable for grading environment, best used when the majority of the sources are SDR, suitable for SDR and HDR deliverables. The other one says HDR grading environment, best used when the majority of sources are HDR, suitable for wide gamut, SDR and HDR deliverables. So they're very simple. We'll stay on the SDR one now because we're going to output Rec 709. And then we think about the output color space. This should match your monitor or your output deliverable. Yeah. So I'm just going to leave it on Rec 709 because if I look at the profile on this Mac, displays, in theory, I should be able to see, oh yeah. So I could set up my color profile on the Mac to be Rec 709, 2.4 gamma. Yeah. So then it would be showing me exactly the same color space I'm working on, yeah, or delivering. And that's a good thing to do because you want to be able to see the true colors as best you can. Now, of course, you know, you want an output display monitor that's showing you exactly what you're doing, ideally, but just to at least know that your working display is showing similar to what you're working on is going to probably help. So leaving it on that, now if I say save, nothing's going to change yet. Yeah, so no kit changes in the picture because now I've set up that I've got to tell the clips now what color space they're using, yeah, what they were shot with. I can do that either in the media pool, so I could right click on the clip and go find in media pool, and there's my media pool clips. I could select them, right click, and when you do that, if you've turned on color management, you see this menu for the first time. You won't even see this if you're in display, if you're in the default. But as soon as you turn on color management, it says set the input color space. And you can see we've got lots and lots of cameras deployed in here. And we've just got to make sure we pick up the right camera for the job, what it was recorded with. Now, in this instance, in this instance, it was shot using Blackmagic Design Film Gen 1. So if we look at our list here, Blackmagic Design Film Gen 1, there it is. Yeah, this is an early Blackmagic color science. But now, as they invent new cameras, they keep on inventing better ones and better ones. And that's why we've got so many options. We've got ones that are generation 3, generation 4. Yeah.
I don't have.
You're not seeing this.
I've got the list. Just film Gen 1. I don't have.
It's down here.
Yeah.
No.
No.
That's very.
Sorry, bear with me. I don't know if I'm. There's. Yeah, no, I've not got it.
You're in the Blackmagic Design list, and you can't.
Yeah.
That's the first.
Oh wait, no, sorry, I was in what? Sorry.
Okay.
There you go. My bad. Apologies.
Awesome. No worries. So as soon as I turn that on, you see the colors kick in. Now we've seen decent colors. Yeah. You can do that in your media pool at the list level here. Or if I was in the color page, I can just select the thumbnails, right click and go to input color space there and set them up here. Yeah. So I could go, Film Gen 1, there it is. And if I want, you can see here, I could go right click, bypass color management, and you see what we had. So lifeless and flat, turn it back on again, and we've got our better starting point for our grade. So you can see how great color management is. If you do it right, you've instantly configured all your media to be in a much better shape to start grading it. And unlike a LUT, which can be destructive potentially, because a LUT is either doing its thing or it's doing it wrong. You know, just to show you, if I go and bring in an ARRI shot, let me try and find something ARRI. Training packs, extras, extra footage, ARRI Alexa shots. There's some ARRI. So if I bring those in, and I'll just shift F12 to append them to the time. Oh, no, I won't. The shortcut's not working, but I'll bring it across and do an append to end. So there's the shots on the end of our timeline. And it's already kicked in. Resolves color management. If it can see metadata, it will pick it up. Yeah. Automatically. It does quite a lot of good job at that now, but you can see it's just picked that up already. Yeah. Now, I'm just going to create a very quick project to show you, like, let's call it ARRI. You don't need to do this because you don't have this media anyway. But if I just drop those ARRI shots into a normal project without color management, so I'll just change the frame rate. There we are. Create a timeline with them. So you can see it looks lifeless and flat. I could go to my Lux library, and there's ARRI, and there's one called ARRI Alexa to Rec 709. Yeah? If I drop that onto the node, it does the same job. Yeah? It's effectively what color management's doing. The only difference is that this is now Rec 709 on this side and ARRI on this side. Yeah. So if you do want to work with LUTs, just make sure that you work in front of the LUT. So you're exploiting the maximum info that's coming into the signal before you start seeing it as Rec 709. Yeah. So there's a shortcut, Shift S. Remember, Option S adds a node after. Shift S inserts one before. Yeah. So now if I was grading this shot, I would be grading before the LUT, and I've got all that latitude to be able to redefine what the shot's looking like. Yeah. But if I was working with this same node, if I go there and we'll start working on the lot on the shot, if I turn that one off, when I start working with the shot, I might feel very similar, but I've obviously clipped out a load of information after it's gone to Rec 709. Yeah. So best practice, put the LUT at the end of the chain, ideally, if you're using one. But yeah, so I could do it like that. So if I just reset Command and Home, reset the grade. If I go into color management and do it, and just switch to DaVinci wired, well, I'll do ACES this time. I'll switch to ACES. Same with ACES, input transform is the input color space. Yeah. So we can set up an input color space, an output color space, just called an output transform, but it's a color space. We can grade out LUTs in that space as well. And again, when I say OK, it needs to be translated from where it came from. This is what freaks people out with ACES, is as soon as you switch to ACES, it looks crazy until you tell it what color space it was using. So as soon as I say, right, actually, your ACES input transform was ARRI log3C3, suddenly it all starts looking appropriate again. Yeah. So that's the conundrum of color management. It can be incredibly simple if everything's shot on the same camera, of course, but it can also be incredibly complicated if you've got 70 different cameras with different input color spaces. Yeah? And you've got to make them all work or bypass them and do them from scratch. Yeah. You can always bypass a shot in color management, take it out of the loop and treat it differently. And all that color management's doing is putting a profile on what's there. It's not locking you into that profile. Yeah.
So if you did have a variety of, you know, different cameras
Yeah.
the footage was shot on, which would be the preferable color management space
I would
to work in?
90% of the time, Resolve's color management is perfectly good, and it's got some advantages, like it's more reactive, so newer cameras are deployed into it quicker. Yeah. So, and it's growing and it's adding AI and all of that thing. So I would stay with Resolve's color management. The only time I think ACES is really relevant is when you've got to go to Nuke and back, or After Effects and back, to control that color pipeline too. At that point, you've got a unique advantage in ACES. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it gives you that implementation throughout all the platforms. Cool.
What's the difference between ACES and ACES?
CCT.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's only one slight difference. The T stands for a tone, where it rolls off the shadows a little bit, so it gives you slightly milkier blacks. It's an aesthetic choice, really. Apart from that, they're identical. It's just that some colorists like to have a little milkier blacks and some don't, by default.
Once you find like any of them, the way you manage, the way you tell about it's absolutely the same.
Yeah. Apart from that, that's the only difference. But with that, when we're working with ACES, we set it up at the project level, just like we're setting up Resolve's color management at that project level. Yeah. So cool. All right.
Can I ask you a question, Rory?
Yeah, please do.
Mine's not changing in the timeline, you know, when I'm inputting the different color management.
It's not changing at all.
No.
Have you got your timeline bypass grade, this button on?
Uh,
Make a difference actually, because it's color management, so it's happening before the grade. Right, okay. So if we go back in color management terms, you've switched on this and you've gone to SD.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just double check that. So,
Yeah.
I'm on Y RGB color managed, automatic color management, SDR. Yeah.
So that should all be turned on then. So the next thing you would want to do is Command A to select all your clips.
In the
You
in
can
the
do,
color
you can
space.
do it either in the color page or in the timeline. Let's do it in the color page. So
Okay.
just jump into the color page and select a clip and then go Command A to select them all.
Yeah.
And then right click.
And then it's input color space, isn't it? Yeah. And we're on Blackmagic Design and Film Gen 1. Oh, it changed this time.
Yeah.
It didn't change from the clip view, but it has done from the color view. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what are you on 18.6 or 19?
18.5.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, it should have done. Again, I think there's certain little idiosyncrasies like that that occasionally turn up. But yeah,
Okay.
you can do it in either, but at least it's worked in one of them for you.
Thanks, man.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, we are doing a camera raw lesson later, but we'll deal with it now. Essentially with raw, for example, we've got a menu in our project settings here for raw, camera raw, yeah? So in here, we can see all the different cameras that deploy raw recordings, can do raw, record raw. And as I said, raw is different than log. So when I'm looking at raw, let me just find there's a slide here, here we go. So when I'm doing standard digital video, when we're recording on a phone, yeah, we've got our subject being caught by the lens. It gets fed into a chip. Yeah, so we're turning light into data. Yeah. Where we choose to store that data and how we choose to store that data gives us flexibility. So in raw footage, rather than here where we're going, right, we're going to take the thing through the whole pipeline. We're going to commit it to a color space, a gamma and gamut. We're going to commit it to an exposure or an ISO. We're going to commit it to color temperature. And then that's all going to be stored in a codec. That's what normally happens when you're recording on your phone. Yeah. With raw media, it stops before it even gets anywhere near that commitment to a color space. It records the photo site info and stores it at that stage. Yeah. So you can define all these other characteristics later in the post pipeline. Yeah. So we can change the exposure, we can change the ISO, even though it's recorded. Yeah. So it gives us that ultimate flexibility when we're working with RAW. Not only that, but in color management terms, all RAW formats, as soon as you've turned on color management, will be color managed by default without having to even set an input color space. Because with RAW formats, they carry the metadata that tells Resolve exactly how they were used on set. Yeah. So if I go into Resolve here, I could set up how I would like all these different, at a project level, I could say, oh, Arri, I'd like to change its, all of these things could be done at the project level or at the clip level. This menu here is our raw menu for clips. When I go to it, it's completely blank at the moment because these aren't raw clips. This will only become live if I'm parked on a raw clip. So let me just grab a raw clip. We'll be playing with these later, but since we're on the subject, it's good to get done as we're going along. So if I go to my, actually I can do it here in my training pack, lesson 3, we've got a Blackmagic RAW. They've got their own version of RAW. So I'm just going to pick up those shots and drag them in. So there's a raw shot. Let's get these ones in to a timeline. So I'll just append them again to the end of the timeline. There they are. So as you can see, they've already color managed. If I right click and go bypass color management, you can see that's what they look like before. If I had it on the default display grading or whatever, then they would look like this. I could still grade them and exploit all the info that they've got in them. So I could make them look like they do after they're color managed easily. But you can see, obviously, it gives me a great advantage. And now you can see this menu is live. So I could go, actually, let's not use the project level. I'm going to go to the clip level. Let's have a look at this shot, for example. Here, if I pull up my scopes, yeah, you can see here, this is what the signal looks like, and I'm trying to grade this shot, yeah? But before I even get to the node, I could go to my clip level and go, all right, let's recover the highlight info. So if I tick highlight recovery, is that not working? Check what's going on here. Try it here. Is that not working? Oh, I'm on proxies. That's it. Of course, raw as well. Obviously, the difference in characteristics between a proxy version of that raw file and the raw file itself are massive. Yeah, because we've lost all that latitude. I'm defaulted to proxies up here. If I go back to camera originals and then I tick that, there you go. Now it knows that there's loads of extra info there. It might as well give me it back. And now, because I've got that, you can see the clouds are not flattened off. Yeah, I'm getting all that texture back in that I would now be able to exploit in the grade. Yeah, totally. Well, we never want to work on proxies. It's one of the biggest irritations that this can still be on proxies when I go to the color page. I told them when I last saw them that I wanted it to automatically switch me away from proxies the moment I either went to Fusion or color, because we never want to see proxies there. Yeah, they clearly did ignore me.
You want just anything that you can change and set the exposure, the extra, that would be much better done than doing that reading.
Yeah, essentially, as you saw, I recovered the highlights. I wouldn't be able to do that with a node. I wouldn't be able to stretch out that detail. You know, it's about configuring the clip to be at its optimum for what we want it to do. But that's why we can go in here and go, oh, you know, if I went to this shot and went, okay, well, it's a fine shot, but clearly needs a bit of mids to get to see their faces. Well, I could go and obviously work in the node, but if I'm in my my output here, I could go to the exposure and just lift up the overall exposure of the shot before I even started working it. Yeah.
So when colors working well, so they have another step before going to.
They could, yeah, they could easily, because if they do it right before they get to the node, they've already done a lot of the work they would do in the node. Sometimes people don't touch the raw here, they just do it all in the node. But, you know, when you've got things like clipping or flattening off of detail, that's recovering that can only be done here, if you like. But we can change the color temperature so we can warm it up or cool it down. And we're really playing with the real temperature when we're playing here, because it's following what we call the Planckian locus line, which is the color of a white body traveling through the day. So if you think about like when it's white in the morning, that white is a cool white, or when we get to the other end, it's a warm light. So, but we're really physically playing with the temperature of the shot, the real temperature it's recorded with. And we can do that in our HDR tool. I'm going to go to this later, not now, because it's quite complicated to explain, but it's a brilliant tool for this sort of work. Yeah.
What about I think it's also relevant to the input and output in color management.
Yeah.
When we do set to, for example, sorry, for first question regarding the camera law.
Yeah.
When we set, for example, this is a color management project, and before this was set to ARI, would that affect?
No, only if there's ARI in the project. Yeah, it doesn't ignores any form. You know, you only really want to play with that raw setting at the project level or the clip level, only if that kind of format exists. Yeah. If you, yeah, this is it. It's looking for that metadata saying I'm a raw clip, and then it's exploiting that metadata. But yeah, if that clip isn't, it won't. It will ignore it.
And so the input and output. The input transform and output transform. What do the output doesn't mean it just for my display for my movie, or does it mean
it's two things. It's for your display, so you know what you're making and what the colors are, but it's also for your output. So the file, you want your display and your output to match, yeah, because then you're seeing the truth on one, and what you're going to deliver is the same thing, yeah. So your output transform or output color space, depending on what version of management you're using, yeah, has to match your display and your deliverable, yeah. And the input color space matches the camera that it's coming from, and the output color space matches the display you're working to, yeah. And that's how we get that end-to-end control over color management. Yeah, we're exploiting the best of it all the way through the pipe.
So the TV shot something with a certain look, I want it to be my input transform.
Yeah.
And then I don't want anything else. I just say no output transform, just the reading.
No, the output transform has to be set to the device that you're looking at. Always, you always want to be looking. Yeah, you're always looking at the TV. You're always wanting to see what those colors are doing, or on the deliverable TV or output that you're going to deliver to. Yeah, if it's TV, if it's computers, you know, computers often use 2.2 gamma curve. Yeah, broadcasters use 2.4. So there's different standards that we have to deliver to in different platforms, and it's dependent on that platform as to what our output is. I tend to work to Rec 709 2.4 gamma all the time. Yeah, it'll work on everything. You might sometimes, if the device is set to 2.2 gamma and you're delivering 2.4, you might see a slight difference in the way that it's showing contrast. But, you know, it depends. It's all relative. As long as the grade's consistent, people don't really notice that little change in bump. I mean, you can fix it because we've got ways in which when we're exporting, we can say, use the other gamma curve. You know, it's kicking when we're out there. We don't want it to kick, so we can change the way it's tagged to say, is this 2.2 or 2.4? Yeah, and I'll show you that when we do the deliverables. Cool. Now, these things like this tool here has been added in 19. So if you're not on 19, you won't be seeing the color slice tool, but I'm going to try and cram it into our lessons at a certain point because it's a very cool tool. So HDR and color slice, we're going to have to get on because otherwise I won't have enough time. Right. So I just want to do a demonstration, quick demonstration of the effects of the color pipeline. Effectively, what I'm saying here is, how does the color effect work through a series of nodes? Yeah. So if I make this node black and white, I'm just going to pull up my scopes. I'll pop it out. There we go. So I'll get my scopes up here. So we obviously need to stretch out. He's low dark, so I'm just going to lift his brightness up and lift the gamma up so we can see a lot more detail from him. And I'll just drop that. I'm not going to worry too much about the fact that he looks a little bit blue, but if I was trying to establish white here, now whether there anything is white here, but you can see actually this is skin tone, this is his brightness of his face. And you can see it's doing a descending line. And that's what we should see when we're looking at skin in a parade. Because we've got red, which is an additive color, which is the primary color. And we need yellow, which is a secondary color. And remember, we create a secondary color by the absence of a primary. So it all makes sense that it should be a descending line looking at skin tones, yeah? The blue should be lower than the green and the red. So, cool. So I've done that in one node. I'm going to leave this node alone and go Option S to add a node. And now in this one, I'm just going to go to my saturate. Oh, well, to make it black and white, how could I make it black and white? Well, I could, in my primary wheels, just desaturate. Yeah, that's just taking out all the color. If you look, when I do that, look what happens to the parade as I drag out the color. Black and white, it gets perfectly aligned. Every pixel is mapping to the same pixel across the line. Yeah. So that's how we create black and white in an RGB world. Well, we have our pixels at the same brightness level, killing each other off. Yeah. But now if I add another node, I'm going to make this sepia. So I'm just going to go to my offset wheel and push in, make it nice and burned and so on. So we can see the pipeline. If I do Command D or Option D, I turn everything off. And then I can select that one and go Command D and turn that one on. So that's what the effect of that is. Command D. All right, there's the black and white. Command D, there's the sepia. If I change the order of these, if I select this node and hit E, it extracts it. And I can just drop it in front. So now what we've got is the color version being fed into the sepia. So we've still got colors, we've still got all the sepia, and then we're making it black and white. So this is just to show you the effect of the color pipeline. If I've made anything black and white and I add a node after it and try and recover color, there's none left. Yeah, it's all gone. So that's quite important that we know that that works in that way. So we want to make sure that we're making the color decisions with all the full color, rich color. And the last one, if we're going to make it black and white, would have to be down the end there. Now, let me just get rid of that. So if I kill off the color, I can't recover it. Not that way anyway, not in a serial relationship. But that, as you saw yesterday when I was working with that vertical relationship of layer nodes, I can be getting the best definition out of one node and then feeding it to many. One of those could be black and white. One of those could be colored. You know, if you're doing the Schindler's List effect, where you've got a black and white and you've got someone with color walking on the foreground of that, you know, we would do that in a vertical stack rather than a series, because we would tie our hands in this pipeline if we were going with the results in a logical, in linear fashion. Yeah. So, you know, basically between layer nodes and the alternative parallel nodes, we can get much better, more sophisticated results. Now, I'm just going to do a very quick demo. You don't need to do this. You can just watch. I'm just going to take this grayscale clip and drop it into the workspace. Just going to stick it down the end. Now, because it's a generator, if I went into the color page, it wouldn't go in there. You know, it's not supposed to. But if I put it in a compound clip, it will. So I'm just going to put it in a compound clip. And then when I go to the color page, I'll have my gradient. So I'm just going to show you the difference between a layer node stack and a parallel node stack, and then we'll do some examples of both. Yeah. So I'm just going to very quickly create a circle in here. I'm going to go to my windows and click a circle, I'll shrink that down. And in my primary wheels, I'm just going to go to my red pod and make it red. Yeah. Now I'm just going to go Command C, copy that node. Yeah, you can copy and paste nodes anywhere you want. And now I'm going to go and make an Option L. Remember, that was the shortcut for a layer node. So I can do Option L. And what we get then is messy node tree. We get, remember what I said about a layer node, the first thing that happens is it occludes the grade because it's got a full alpha channel at this moment. It's fully opaque and white at the moment until I give it a selection. And then I'll see the grade beneath it. So I'm going to copy that circle into this one, Command V. Hold on, let me copy it, Command C, select that one, Command V. Yeah, so now I've got two circles. I'm just going to move this one over here and I'll reset the color in it and I'll make it green. Yeah. And now I'm just going to go Option L again. Again, now both my dots will hide because I've got another layer on top again. But if I paste Command V again, now I've got that circle again. And I'm just going to reset this one and make it blue. Cool. So we are in a layer stack arrangement. Now, sadly, for our brains, because the engineers that Resolve 30 years ago when they designed this setup were mad. This is our bottom layer. This is the second to bottom. This is the top layer. Yeah, so it goes in the reverse order to our brains, but that is the top layer. And I can prove that because if I move that one over the red, and if I move the green underneath, there's the green on top of the red, but it be below the blue. If I want to change the order of the layers, I've got to plug into a different input. Yeah, so it's not changing the order here that changes the layer. I've actually got to unplug that, and I can push that one to that one, and that one to that one, and I've just changed the order of the layers. Yeah. So a layer node is all about this alpha channel. It's all about whether this is fully opaque or transparent. At the moment, if we look at it, it's fully opaque. Yeah. But remember what I said, we've got our key menu here, and this key output gain, if I mix that back, I make it gray, don't I? I can make any selection. I can mix back any effect in any node by just using this output gain. So now this is semi-transparent. When I turn it back on, I'm going to see blends. Yeah, because it's now, if I reset it, it's completely opaque. But as I blend it back, and as we do that, you can see we're creating secondary colors from the blend options. Now with layer nodes, even if I don't do that, if you select the combiner, you can right click on it and go to composite modes and then choose, maybe multiply. Yeah, so you can set up composite modes just to explain a mathematical formulas being played out on the pixels. Some of them are more easy to predict than others. If I went in here and went, let's add them, well, that makes sense. Adding values together, if it gets above 1, then it's going to be white. Yeah. If I go in there and say, let's go to multiply. Well, remember, everything's a fraction. We're working between values of 1 and 0. So when you multiply fractions, you get less, not more. So if I go to multiply, it's going to get darker because it's multiplying fractions. It's difficult to predict composite modes, which is why I very rarely use them. But some colorists love them. So I'm going to go back to normal. Yeah. Now, with parallels and layer nodes, they are identical in structure. Yeah, they look exactly the same. So even if they're even if you've got the wrong one, you can morph a parallel node to a layer node structure, or morph a layer node to a parallel node structure. You want to do it before you start working on it because it will change the result. Yeah. But once you decide, you can make them pretty much do the same thing. So at the moment, we're in a layer node. And as I said, it's all about the alpha channel. Is it opaque? Is it transparent? How is it blending with the other layers? Yeah. And my archetypal effect for a layer node is bringing something back to the foreground, as we did with that hand over the thing. And as we did with the bloke sitting there watching the rhinos, we brought them over the top again, back to the front so that we could hide the errors underneath. So that's a layer node. Parallel nodes are identical in structure but behave completely differently. And their criteria is not whether there's an alpha channel. They'll respect an alpha channel and they'll limit their effect inside it, of course. But once inside that, they're not about any blend modes or anything. It's all about the values of RGB in the parallel layers, if you like, yeah, in the parallel nodes. So let me explain that a little bit more clearly. If I just move, I'm just going to go and move my windows aside again. So I'll just get them separated. So I'm just going to morph this to a parallel node, morph to parallel node structure. So it doesn't look any different at this point, but the relationship between these circles now is completely different, because if I move the green one under the red one, remember what I was saying about it's all about the pixel values now, not about the alpha channel. So what color would I create if I put green and red together? What would be in the middle of the Venn diagram? So let's have a look at our scopes again. So we've got green and we've got red. Absence of blue. The absence of blue creates a secondary color. The other side of it.
Yellow. Yeah.
And if I push that underneath there, we get yellow. Yeah. What would happen if I put the green and the blue together? We've got the absence of red.
Cyan.
Exactly. And that's what we get. Yeah. And what would happen if I made a Venn diagram with all three of them in the middle?
White.
Yeah. Excellent. So if I pull that together, we now get our full RGB color theory. If I go Command F, that's RGB color. Yeah. We've got our red, green, and blue. We've got our cyan, magenta, and yellow. And then in the middle, when they all have the same value, we get our grays, blacks, and whites. Yeah. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So if I morph this to a layer mixer node, it's going to just go back to going, oh, the alpha's the important thing. Yeah. And if I morph it back to a parallel node, it will start respecting the pixel values more. So that's just to get you in the game of understanding the difference between a parallel node and a layer node. So as I said, we've seen several examples of me using a layer node to bring something back to the foreground. But let me just show you a quick use of a parallel node. So this shot here, I'm just going to stretch out and give it some brightness. And what I'm going to do is just show you how that parallel node can work to do the Schindler's List type effect. Yeah. So I'm just going to add a node and I'll make this one black and white. Now, as I said, you could just dial out the saturation to do black and white. But actually in our color mixer, if I bring back the color there, we've got this RGB mixer. And in there, if I tick to monochrome, it makes it black and white as well. But in here, when you're making black and whites, now my red, green, and blue channels are the way that I'm designing that black and white. So if the original shot had, say, if I went to the blue, I'm affecting this yellow, yeah, because blue is, the absence of blue creates more yellow, yeah. So if I turn that on and I play with the blue channel, I'm going to be affecting the brightness of the sign. Does that make sense? So basically you're creating a black and white look by using the color channels that are there to define how those elements that have those colors in them or react to the secondary color are going to look. So I could design my own black and white. Now I'm going to go and put a parallel node on top of that. So the shortcut for a layer node is Option L. The shortcut for a parallel node is Option P. But the difference, look at the difference. Remember last time when we make a layer node, we hide our grade underneath it. Yeah, it always hides the grade until we make a selection on it because it's got that fully opaque alpha channel. But when I make a parallel node, it does the exact opposite. Nothing changes. Until I change something in that parallel node, it's going to be neutral to the other nodes it's got in that stack. Yeah? So I've done nothing in this node yet. But if I then went now, you know, if I was trying to pull a key, let me just show you. If I was trying to pull a key now on the sign, I've just turned it black and white. Yeah. So now if I was down here and I was going, right, let's isolate this sign. So I drag a key over it. If I look at this key I'm getting, well, that's no use because that's the tone that I've just sampled from the black and white node. Yeah. So it wouldn't work if I did it in a series. But if I go here and go Option P to make a parallel node, I'm working from the yellow one. I'm working from the one that's still got color. So now when I try and key the sign, oh, wrong node. Let me go back to this node. Now when I try and key the sign, Shift Option H to see the key, Shift Option H. So now I can see it's a good key. So I can just fill that key out by widening the width of the hue sample, maybe change the center of it a little bit, get the optimum sample out, low saturation here that quite often can bring in or clip out bits we don't want. So now I've got a decent key on the sign. When I go Shift Option H now to get back to the picture, nothing's changed. But now if I go to my primary wheels and just dial in, change anything in here, I'm just going to exploit the natural saturation that was in this one. So if I just drag over 50, you see I'm now bringing in that, oh, I'm on the wrong node again. When I drag over 50, look at what happens to that sign. It recovers all its color. Yeah. Now it's isolated, I could use my hue to change the color of it. Let's do it one more time. If I go Option Parallel again, Option P, again, nothing changes until I change something. This time, if I turn off the grade, we've got a red flag there as well. So I'm going to use a key again and sample the red. Shift Option H, there's the red. I've got the red. Let's broaden out the sample, make it stronger. Something like that. Shift Option H again. Bring back in the color, saturation. So that's like Schindler's List with steroids because we've now brought back two different colors. Not just the red of the jacket that was on the little girl. We've got now isolation of our red and our yellow channel. If I want, I could go to the red channel and use my hue to visit to get it to be very similar to the color of the sign. Or indeed the other way around. I could reset that and go to my yellow sign and use the hue to make it the same color as the flag, sort of thing. Yeah. So you've got, once you do use these parallels or layer nodes, you start getting granular control over the grade. Yeah. And the big, huge advantage of it is that you're working from the best signal you've built out of your technical grade and your all that balancing and normalizing and matching that we've done at the beginning. You're building everything off of the strongest foundation. So that's why colorists always have a vertical stack at some point in their pipeline to do this kind of work. And they choose whether it's a parallel or layer stack. But look, I've done this now all in a parallel. If I right click, oh, what did I do there? Undo. If I right click on the combiner and morph it at this stage to a layer mixer node, it's changed. Everything's changed. Yeah, it just does it because now suddenly the alpha channel is the important bit. If I take this shot, let's say I wanted to make him really have a nice stylized blue background. The beauty of a layer node is that I don't have to worry about him. I can go, right, I'm adding a node and I want to make it all gnarly and blue. So I'm just going to go, oh, I'll take my gain over to blue, maybe a bit of my gamma, and maybe I'll take my lift the other way just to bring back a little bit of skin tone. So I've just gone disturbing, Command D, yeah. And then obviously if I try and recover the skin tones now in a linear way, in a serial way, it's not going to work. If I go Option S and try and key his skin tone, it's going to look disgusting. Yeah? Because the key won't work because it's all blue by that stage. But if I went Option P for a parallel node, then of course I'm still working with his face, having the original source color. So now I'll get a much better key. Yeah? So now I could just do the width on the color corrector, rock on the center, using my HSL keyer, really tighten up the key. I could use, remember we've got our map finesse tools here to go clean the whites, clean the blacks, to get rid of all those specular bits that are going to be noisy. Now I'm never going to get rid of all this stuff here, you know, because it's the same color as our dude, yeah. So you'll never get rid of all the stuff, but I'm not worried about all that stuff out there. You know, the only thing I'm worried about when I'm doing a key like this is his edges. Yeah. So what I want to make sure is I'm getting clean edges around his face. So I'm just going to do the clean black a little bit more. And maybe I'll give it a big blur radius. So I'm softening that pixels. And there's a great one called denoise, which will, you know, if we're playing through and we're seeing flickery noises like this, yeah, that's horrific. It's okay around his face, but this stuff's horrible. But if I go to denoise, which is on your menu too, there's denoise. And as I drag on it, you can see it's really blending those edgy pixels together. So it's cleaning out a lot of errors. So now his face is quite solid, but all this stuff I can deal with it easily with a garbage mask. Remember, every time we use the keyer, our windows become garbage masks. So I'm just going to get my Bezier tool and just draw around the bit I want to keep, and it'll garbage mask out all the rest. You can only, just be aware, you can only close the circle. You'll get that little circle that pops out on your mouse, on your icon, to say I can now click on that, and that'll close the circle. So now I've got to just check that his face isn't moving out of that window. Yeah, if it was, I'd have to track it, but he's not moving out of the window, so we're all good. So I'll do Shift Option H again. And now, remember, as I say, with a parallel node, nothing changes until you do something in it. So I've isolated the face, but until I change the value of saturation in that node, it's going to be neutral to the blue one. But as soon as I pull in saturation, I'm exploiting the skin tones now coming from this node. So I can bring back his face and make it nice and clean. Yeah. So now we've got his face. Hold on. What's going on? Hold on. Oh, I did it in that node. Let me just reset. It's doing, oh, not that one. That's it. So we've got our face isolated here. Oh, let's go redo. Making a right mess of this. Stop that. Right, I'll just do it again. So we've got that isolated. All I've got to do is bring back in the saturation. There we go. I'm doing it on the right node now. Yeah. So we've got our blue background being created in this node. And then we've got in this node, let me just clean up that key. I broke it. So let me just go there. What done to the key? There we go. Let's just give it a resample. There we go. Something like that. So now I've got complete control over what his face is doing. If I want to turn him into a Smurf, that's my job. Yeah? Who's supposed to be an X-Man, we can make him one. Yeah? But obviously, ideally, most programs don't have that. But you can see we've got now duotone in the sense that we've got warm colors on his skin and really cool colors on the background. Yeah. So quite often this is a nice look. With colorists, we're trying to get nice clean separations in the tones we're working with, and there are sort of complementary color palettes that we can use and exploit to create the look that we're working with. Yeah. If I morph this to a layer node now, so I'm going to morph this to a layer mixer node. Whoa, Trump turned up. Yeah. But that's not a worry. It's just that obviously we're going to get different consequences because now it's not blending the pixels to create it. It's got a fully opaque alpha channel, and that's what's causing that neonness. If I reset the fade, reset the grade that I did on it, we still get Mr. Trump. But if I go to my key mixer, remember the mix key output gain, if I mix that back, now I'm getting very similar to what we got from the other node. Yeah, I've got complete control over his face. I've still got my blue background, and I'm bringing back in the pop colors that I want. Yeah, hopefully that's making sense. You know, it's just the power of working vertically rather than in series.
So, with skin tones,
Yeah.
if you was doing it in this kind of, well, in this structure, where would you decide to manipulate skin tones? Like what stage would you do that at?
Well, you can see here, for example, we've got a nice sweet skin tone on that. So it's all good. But I would, you know, because I've got isolation in this one, this would be the one that I would deal with the skin tones in because I've got it completely independent. I mean, I've deliberately destroyed the skin tones here, but my mission node is to recover them. Yeah.
So would it not matter like what node you were up to, essentially?
Yeah, essentially I could be overall adjusting what's going through here. But if I start playing with this node now, this one is based on the key I created on the colors values from this. So if I start playing with this one, I'm going to break this. Yeah.
Right.
So you know, because I've got isolation here, this would be where I'd be defining where my skin's going to be. See, I can now go to my gain. I could, you know, intensify it. I can drag it across. Remember, most skin tone lives in the gamma, so I could go to my gamma and just nudge it around as well. Just get it sweeter. Sometimes you want it on the yellowy side. Sometimes you want it on the red side. That's the thing that you're trying to really wrangle when you're getting this, because especially if you've got different light sources coming in. But yeah, I mean, I tend to, I always get the skin tone done in my technical because that means that if I want to dial it back in at any point, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I could literally have, instead of doing that, I could have gone, right, now let's go here. I'm going to make a gradient window. I'm going to rotate it, and I'm just going to darken off the mood in that part of the room, you know. So I'm really creating a moody environment, really destroying his face, but then add a node, add a parallel node. And instead of dialing it in from this one I've already broken, I'll go back to the one that had all the lush, dial it in. And now if I pull a key on his face, I'm pulling a key on it from here, where there's loads of detail still, you know, from here, but using the color from here, so that I've still got that immaculate you know, sample to get the decent key. So now I can just draw around him to isolate, and now I can bring back in the color.
Nice. Cool.
When I picked up his space, there are like patches that I didn't get.
Yeah.
So when I'm editing his space, there's like a bit that's not.
Yeah.
Go back on the set and then bits that.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you've got a decent key. So shift option shell is the key.
Mm.
You can see where the problems are. So what one is to get the sample really small, because that's what it does. It's very to the sample. You can see just by running over it again. But normally what I'll do is expand the width. Right, so I get more colours. I can rock on the centre to find where the best point is. And this low saturation really tight. Then you've got the flat nestings, so you can do things like bodies, good. But now with that highlight, much cleaner.
I'm sorry, can I also ask, the idea of this solenoid say that that's what we do from this shot.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
So if he's they don't affect each other.
Well, they by default they're neutral to each other until I change something. Yeah. So let me show you. If I
So my question is, when I turn this back, shouldn't he be yellows?
right, let's see what we've done. So this one's got nothing happening. All your yellows here. Okay. And you're currently in a parallel. Yeah. So we go to this one now. See what we've got as the key. Okay, so there's your key. Let's clean that up. So, okay. I will investigate. So I'm just going to turn those off. Command D. So well, that's your first one. So that's what you've got. Oh, right. It's just not bypass colour management. Yeah, so you're working on the real raw shot there. Yeah. But it should have looked a bit more like that.
Like even it's bypass color management, shouldn't that still exist?
Yeah, it should, but should. Right, update that thumbprint. Right, so this one. So you've got the good foundations, that one, turning it all blue. Yeah, that will turn that on as well. And now this one's sitting over the top of the blue, but getting fed from that nice simple. So this time we'll get a much better key because we're feeding from this stronger shot. So when we go to the key, do the right hand. So now when I drag the key with the space, shift off change. Now we're getting a decent key. So we can now rock with that key. Find the sweet spot, clean up. Yeah, with the D noise, etc. Right, right. So now it's parallel. So the only time you're going to see it is bring colours back in, or you change something. So that way or that. Yeah. So something in this parallel node has to work. Has to be changed color wise.
That's what I did when I bypassed the color match.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I didn't shouldn't be options.
It,
Just think I have.
well, it means you start from a less strong point where it's not less contrast in it. Because one of the things we're doing with colour management is extracting all that detail and putting the contrast curve on. So if you don't use colour management, you then are working with the raw shot. When you're working with the raw shot, you've kind of got to give it all the contrast, all the saturation, all the things that you need. Yeah. So by colour management, we don't have to do that. But yeah, if you back off that a little bit, so it's not quite as broken. And then we can go here and change the colours that we put in there. So we send it back to that because it's this node that's creating the colour. So that's the one we want to start with. So set that like that. Then this one gets the, we don't care what it looks like because we want it to look like that. So that's the blue we've decided. And then turn on the combiner, turn this one on. Even though it looks the same because it's neutral until we change something here. Bring that skin. We're able to bring in that skin, and you can see actually that it's bad. Skin. It's obviously it's a different look than the one I've created, but it's the same principle. Yeah, no problem. Any questions out in the stratosphere? Is this making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, good, good, good. So, parallels and layer nodes, they are our friends. All right, move on. Okay, so yeah, this is another good example of it. If we go to this shot, now in your gallery, in this project, they have created what we call base grades, and you'll find that in there, there's a shot called balance. This is a balance node. So remember, we brought in project 2 and it was empty, but it had loads of these assets in it. So if I wanted to start this grade, I could just drag the balance node and drop it onto that shot as a starting point. And you'd see it just gives us some contrast. Yeah, so we've got a kit of parts for balance nodes here, and we've actually got some look deployment that we're going to apply to a shot as well. But this one, remember when I showed you this in the reference, they had wasted their time putting a blue C on it and making it blue. So we're going to do the same grade so we can give them that back. Add a node. We don't want to touch our balance node, so we'll add the balance node. And then we want to make the water blue. So I'm just going to go to my hue ramp and ramp it to about 20. So we've got a nice blue to play with on the sea. I'm not caring about the plane because I know I'm going to go back and do that. So let's give it some contrast as well. I'm going to dial in some contrast. What else do I want to do with it? Gain, let's lift the gain up, give it a little bit more brightness. Lift the mids, gamma up, so we can see a little bit more detail. Cool. So let's say, assume, I'll hide my gallery now. So let's say I'm happy with that as first pass. Now, obviously, the client goes, well, your flamencos are now blue rather than pink, and the plane was yellow, and I want the yellow plane back. Yeah. So option P, sorry, to make a parallel node. As we know, until we change something, we're not going to see the difference. But now we're going to isolate the plane and the birds in this key. And when we want to do more than one color with a keyer or qualifier, the HSL keyer isn't the best one. Actually, the fourth one along with the Rubik cube icon in your qualifier menu, the 3D keyer is a better one. Yeah. So you switch to the 3D keyer, which is just over here. In our kit qualifiers, 3D keyer. And now I'm just going to drag a line on the plane. Now, when I do it, it's going to show me the key automatically. Just one idiosyncrasy. This pipette will only work for one stroke. After that, I've got to go to minus or plus to carry on refining. So I'll do the one stroke, and you see it gives me a lovely plain key straight away. I could do as much with that one stroke as I want and let go. Yeah. If I want to refine more, I can go plus and add more strokes. So maybe I'll add some strokes to the birds as well. I'll undo. I didn't want to get any extra speckles, but you can see I'm literally able to roll in on these birds and pick them up and get a better key out of them. Of course, Shift Option H, I haven't even started to work by using my finesse tools, but I could obviously do a clean black and clean the whites in the birds and in the plane at the same time. So now Shift Option H, when I look at it now, we're in good shape. So I'm now going to bring back in the yellow of the plane. Yeah, so I'll just bring in the saturation. Sorry. It's supposed to be a layer mixer node. So I started wrong. So let's select our combiner, right click and morph it to a layer mixer. That's better. I was expecting that. Yeah. So just morph it to a layer mixer because that means that alpha channel is doing all the work to isolate the foreground object. Yeah. By the way, in this tool with all these strokes that you can see, you can turn that off. There's a little pen icon in the 3D keyer that will take that out. There's a little button there that allows you to turn off the pen strokes. Yeah. So this is cool. So I've got my yellow plane and I've got my blue sea. Now the last thing I need to do is fix the yellow flamencos that are supposed to be pink. Yeah. And as I said, with every selection you create, you can exploit it downstream as much as you want. Yeah. So I don't need to isolate the birds. They're already in this. All I've got to do is take the plane out of the next node I use, this key. So I could actually just go Option P again to add another parallel node or layer node. Oh, sorry, Option L again. So add a layer node. And as we know, when you add a layer node, it's fully opaque. So it hides everything we've done. But instead of creating another key here, I've already got a key here I can use. So I could take the alpha out of that node and plug it into the alpha of the other node. Now they've both got the identical key. If I go to my keyer menu, you can see as I select them, nothing changes. But now in this one, I could just do a garbage mask around the birds because that's the only bit I want to play with. I don't want the plane in this node. So I'll close that off. And now I've just got the birds to play with. I've garbage masked out the plane in this one now. So now I can just use my hue to get them back to being pink again. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you think about how much control we've got over what this shot looks like now from where it started, that's why Resolve is the toy that people use for color grading. Because if you try to do that in Premiere or other things, yeah, you probably could, but you'll get to the maximum of what it's capable of. And this is just the starting point of where we are. Sure.
The airplane is still yellow, so I did do the C in blue, but when I do it goes back to green.
Right. What's going on? Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, it's a brilliant tool for this sort of compositing work, stroke grading work. Now,
So the benefit, sorry,
Hmm?
so the benefit key is that benefit compared to drawing shape is that I don't need to track it.
exactly. It basically it works on the color values and the light cap values you've sampled, and says if I see those in the shot, you've got a key for that. You've got a selection for that. Yeah.
So if I know something's quite like distinctive in the shot, I don't need to track it.
That's it. Yeah, yeah.
They love
That's it. If it's got a distinct color, you can isolate it. If that color exists in more than other parts of the shot, that's why we can draw around the bit we want and garbage out the rest. Yeah.
track.
Yeah. And then we might need to track that or not. But as long as the garbaging is killing off all the bits that have been sampled with that color, we're good. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's very, very cool.
Rory,
Yep.
just got a little query. You know the layer node you put around the flamingos.
Yeah.
I followed what you did, I think, and when I shift the hue, it's not changing the color of the flamingos
Mm-hmm.
for some reason.
Have you fed the key out of this one into,
Yeah, did that.
is the key looking in that node, is it looking like this?
Um,
In that node 2, when you hit the highlight button,
no, two.
you see it included in the key.
Uh,
You just got the plane in there.
no, it's a little bit faint on the flamingos, I have to say.
Well, that'll be why.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got to make them fully opaque or they'll be semi-transparent, and then
Okay.
they'll be blending through to the result that's being fed into them.
Okay, so back into the qualifier for the
Yeah, into the qualifier for those, and then in your 3D quick keyer, just go over and draw some extra. You can roll in, remember. Oh, Jesus. Spinning ball of death time. Sod's law. You're going to let me get out? No, it's completely died. Oh, it was so good. It was going so well. You guys on Zoomage, I'm going to have to reboot my machine. If you do get kicked out again, I'll let you in as soon as I can, but hopefully it won't do that. But yeah, I'm going to have to do the kill vibe. I'll see you in a sec. I'll be back. I'll just
on the plus side, I can change the colour of my flamingos now. Sorry about that.
hello. Are you there still?
Yeah.
Hello?
But you are excellent. That was, at least that didn't end. Let me just. Oh yeah, stop light. It's still live streaming as well. So yeah, that crash will be recorded for posterity.
Could I ask a question just in regards to
Sure.
the streaming? So you said you was gonna be you're uploading it, aren't you? And we've got access to this whenever.
Yeah.
will you be doing it in segments or the full
It'll
run
be the
through?
full, long stream, unfortunately. Yeah,
Perfect.
no, yeah. I mean, luckily you're in the room, so you can remember vaguely when I mentioned it. Zero in on it. Or, of course, you could drop it into Resolve and get it to transcribe it and find the words that I say, and it will jump you to that position. That's the beauty of Resolve. Obviously, it'd take a few hours to transcribe 2 days of my gibber, but you know, just yeah. Let me just get my media back online with that drive again. Give it life. There we go. Now we've got my media back. Good. So, one more thing I just want to show you before we move on. I'm going to go downstream on this and add a node after the combiner. There's nothing to stop you going back to a serial relationship after, when you don't need the anymore. And I just wanted to show you briefly what this tool is. This is the color slice tool, and it's more for look development.
Rory,
Yeah.
you're not
Oh, I'm
sharing.
not sharing. Well done, sir. That would have been very depressing. So, share. Hold on. Let me just stop share. I want to check that it's ticking the boxes. No. Yeah, there we go. Share. So, yeah, I wanted to show you this tool here. This is the color slice. It's next to our curves. The next one along doesn't exist in version 18. It's added to 19. And it's a very clever way of developing looks and using color density. So effectively, when we're working with RGB normally and in Resolve by default, it's color additive. So we're working to, you know, that's why we get combinations of colors the way we do. We're working with additive RGB. But film works with more negative colors. So it actually can create density. Yeah, there's the density, and it allows me to put more rich colors into things than I would normally do. Then I've got a vector here, and if I hold down on it, it will show me what part is going to be affected. So this one's going to be my yellow. I expect it will get all the play. Once I've got that vector to play with, I can then now change the hue of that plane, or increase the density of that color, or change the center of it, so I can make it biased towards one color or another. Yeah. So you've got the ability to change the plane color, how intense and deep that yellow is going to be, and whether it's biased towards one color or another. Yeah. Same with the pink of the flamencos. If I went to my red channel, yeah, they're in that. So I could go, right, I want to make them, let's intensify them, make them darker. Let me find something that's more appropriate. Let's go to this dude. So I'll make one at the end, option S. Maybe we've made it all blue, but we want to take it towards a more cyan. So not going to affect it. Let's go to blue. All right, so we want to make his shirt more cyan-y. If I go to that blue, I can make it more dense as a blue, and then add saturation to it, and then ramp to either make it more cyan or less cyan. Yeah, you can see I'm pulling it one way or the other. It's very subtle, but between all of these parameters and saturation, you can create very cool looks using the splice tool. Yeah, because you've got that immediately. It's trying to segregate out the channels and show you the ones with most influence, and then you can play with those colors. Ah, good question. I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be. I think it might be. Yeah. It's, as I say, it's mainly for look development. So if I went to this shot, I'm just going to go to my gallery, base grades. I'll have a base grade. There it is, the balance node for that. So I just drop that on here. So I've added the balance node. I'll add a node downstream. And now, you know, when you're trying to create that kind of cyany, deep green kind of colors, let's have a look. So yeah, we've got a lot of blues in there. So I can either decide, let's get that out of the way. So if you can see as I'm changing the hue and adding saturation, I'm pushing more cyan in. Yeah, and once I put that in, then I can use this center to say, do I want it to be even more cyany or more blue? You can only rock between blue or cyan, or in the other parameter between cyan and green, or between green and yellow. It'll only go either one left or right. But yeah, you can see you can create quite nice rich looks in there without much tweaking. Yeah, all I've done is add a little bit more cyan to that, but I think it's really helped. Yeah. Anyway, I digress, and it's time for a break. Any questions? Any more questions? New? Cool.
I
Well,
think the questions I had would maybe be for a later point.
okay.
Um,
Yeah.
Actually, I think
Sure.
flamingo effect, and I just got a bit confused. Like when I did it was working before, and my flamingos were pink, and now they've lost themselves. Or maybe I accidentally.
Yeah, you've got key working to feed. So you haven't got the key, you've keyed out the birds there somehow, which means that they're not ready today. So I don't know what you did to change them, but if you command Z, it will work. You should get back to whether it was working again. Sure.
Are we working at?
Yeah, at 12.
Okay. I'll probably just leave it somewhere.
But you know the principle.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, guys, back at 12. Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. You back? You out there?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Awesome.
Hello.
Hey, good, good, good. We're all in it together. Right, we've got one more to come back. She's just getting her breath. Yeah, she's just popped back from the shop. So yeah, any questions? Is it making sense? This thing is new, as I say, the color slice. I love it because I used to buy plugins for Resolve that would allow me to get to some of these looks that I can develop through this tool. And in version 19, let me get a breath of it. Bloody stairs here are ridiculous. In version 19, there's also a brilliant new tool called the Color Look Film Look Creator, and we'll have a look at that later. But yeah, it's one to definitely play with if you're trying to develop a look for a particular film. But of course, with all looks, it's all about the foundations to sustain that look, if you like. So, but we'll get to that.
Is it sort of like a magic bullet?
It's kind of, yeah, sort of equivalent. Oh, I might as well throw it on now while we're waiting, and we'll have a look at it in a bit. Oh, we're coming back, so that's perfect. So yeah, since we're talking about it, I'll show it now. If I go to my OFX library and search again, it's probably not in the free one, I'm afraid. I don't know, but I doubt it. But if I look film, there's Film Look Creator. Drag it onto an empty node, and now it kind of starts from a default. You can change that default. I can go cinematic. I can go bleach bypass as the starting point, nostalgic. You know, it's just beautiful. Look, I mean, just turning it on and doing that, and look, I've got a look already. You know, but you can really play with all the parameters that you want to do to make the look you want. And you've got literally things like split tone. How much do you want to split the tones? Yeah. What angle would you like to split the tones between? Yeah. Pivot point. How is it going from one color value to the other? Yeah. Vignette. Oh yeah, I want a vignette. In this particular setup, it's not going to really show halation. That's a really important kind of effect that gives you film looks. You know, if you look, when I'm playing with the halation radius, you see how it's glowing on the side of the plane? That's a classic film part of the formula. Yeah. Bloom. How much bloom is it getting? Again, it's just slight changes. There's the grain. How much do I want it to look like 8mm? It'll give me much more grain. Command F. So just created that look from that. You know?
So would this step would be like the absolute last?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. You could choose how much flicker you want, what rate of flicker, gate weave. You know, it literally is how much do I want it to look like film.
What is gate weave?
Gate weave is when the film is running through the projector, it gets a little wobble on it, and it emulates that wobble. I mean, I started off as a projectionist in Wardour Street. That was the first job I had in the industry. So I was threading up real rolls of film for people.
You know, like when you watch a film, someone's dreaming and it's hazy. Is that something that you can use from film?
You could, yeah. You can create looks obviously with all the tools combined. So, you know, dream sequences might have glow effects on them, and might yeah. But that's the beauty, is there's no rules in color correction. It's just a system. Most feature films have a system of color. They want to really stay within their palette. Yeah, they choose what those elements should look like, and then they want to sustain that through the film. And that's really more about the technical grade than it is about the look part. But the look part is the fluffy bit at the end where you go, oh, that looks nice. And just to point out, at the moment, I've done this on the clip level. Yeah, so only one shot's got that effect on it. But if I wanted this on everything, I could copy it from where I've worked it and just delete it because I don't want to double it up. And then if I go to this drop down here, you see I've got a clip level and a timeline level. If I go to the timeline level, it will be empty. It's got an input and an output, but it doesn't start with a node by default because they don't want you to accidentally work at the timeline level. So I'll Option S to add a node and then Command V to paste in that film look. And
So
now I've
is
got
that
it.
applied? Yeah, that was my question before, actually, was about what the difference is between editing and clipping timeline. I'm assuming is timeline for galas and
Yeah, effectively, we've always got those two tiers of control. So we've always got the clip level where we do our unique grade per shot, if you like. And then we've got a timeline level, which is over every single thing in the timeline. Yeah. So, and later on, we're going to introduce two more tiers of control.
Yeah.
Start working with group grades. Yeah. And that's a group grade is like in between the timeline level that does everything and the clip level that just does the clip. We have a group level where we can say this whole scene should be in a group and it should look like this. Just like I've done with the timeline level, I just get an extra tier of control where I can put deployment there. But you can see how functional that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I reset that grade, I've just reset that on every shot because I did it at the timeline level. And now I'll go back to my clip level and everything I've done is still there. Cool.
So I decided applying for the effect to single clip. How did you do it to the timeline?
So once you've done it to the single clip, you just copy it, Command C, and then delete it from the clip so you're not doubling up. And then go to the timeline level, create a node, Option S, create a node. Are you okay? Do you want some water? I can get you some. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it.
I copied it, I deleted it.
You just go to the timeline level and then create a node with Option S. Yeah, and then paste it into that node. Command V. Yeah.
Sorry, I just have it relating to yesterday. When we were saving versions.
Yeah.
Just so I could make a note on it because I think I forgot. How if we've got time to go through it now.
Oh, we are. Actually, that's the next lesson again.
Ah, perfect.
So perfect. We're about to do versioning on this one.
Lovely.
So if we go back to the clip level, if you're on the timeline level, and select this shot.
Can I just ask you a quick one, Corey?
Yeah.
You know, the timeline level, is that in order of preference? Is that like a node at the end of your clip level nodes?
Effectively, it's just that instead of putting it on the end of the clip and then having to move it by clip by clip by clip, whenever it's a look part of the formula, it's better deployed at the timeline level because then you're not doing that extra level of movement. Yeah. You're just
so the way that it would interact with other nodes would be like a final node.
Yeah, it's sitting on top.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No worries. It's good. So I've added in my base grades, I've added this balance node as a starting point. So we'll add a node, or we could use these clip 4 grades in our gallery. Clip 4 grades, we've got one called bleach cross process, bleach bypass, simple pop, and navigation navy blue. The first one we'll make. So I'm going to Option S and add a node. And in my curves, I'm going to just pop my curves out of the curve menu, and we'll use this to create the first look. So I'm just going to hide my gallery so we can see the pictures a little bit. Let's move them over there. So how do you create a cross-process look? Well, cross-process, we leave the green channel alone, but we access just the red-only channel. And basically, you're building secondary colors into the shot by removing some of the primaries in different brightness ranges. So I'm going to add a point to my red channel and drag it down. And as you would expect, when you remove red, you create cyan. So I'm going to create cyan in the sea, but I'm going to add red to the sky. So it's going to give me this burned look in the sky. And then with the blue channel, I'm just going to do the opposite. So I'll add blue to the bottom, to the shadows, and take blue out, which obviously adds yellow to the red. So I get this burned kind of retro look out of it. And maybe I'll add some contrast. And remember, when you add contrast, you've got your pivot to allow you to choose where that contrast is going to be distributed. So just to remind you, by default, the pivot pushes contrast up and down from the 4-3-5 line. But as I move the pivot up, I'm pushing all the colors down. I move the pivot to the bottom, I'm pushing all that contrast up. So you find the sweet spot. Once you've added some contrast, you move around the pivot to find the best distribution. Yeah. But yeah, so let's say that's my look one. So now I want to make a version. So I can right click on that and go to local versions, create new version. That doing it this way means I get to label the new version. So I'm going to call it bleach bypass and hit return. And remember, when you make a version, it duplicates everything from the previous version as your starting point. So the only way I can tell I've made a version is by looking at it and going, right, version 1 load, version 2 load. Yeah. But remember, there's shortcuts for that. So Command B and N allows me to cycle through the versions. Yeah. At the moment, this one's identical, but if I go to the gallery and delete the look part of that, so the bit that I did, now these are already saved. And remember, if I select this bleach bypass, right click and go display node graph, there's the grade saved with that still. And you can see it's got a balance node already. Yeah. So what that means is if I copy this to this shot, it will replace everything. Yeah. So let me show you. If I right click and go apply grade, what it's going to do is destroy the balance that's there and just apply the full grade. Yeah. So apply active grade, boom. Yeah. It's just destroyed everything. Well, no, it's just applied the look, but it's destroyed the balance that was there. Yeah. I'll undo.
Sorry, what was the shortcut for seeing the sorry, seeing the versions?
Oh yeah. So you can do Command B or N, back or next. Yeah.
B or N.
B back, B for Bertie or N for Nigel.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Sweet.
yeah. So if let's assume this is a unique balance on this shot, yeah, but we want to put the look on it. But unfortunately, we saved our grade with the balance node that was there on the first time we used it. Yeah. So if instead of destroying this balance node, if I want to protect it, instead of going apply grade, I can say append to node graph. That's just saying stick it down the end, will you? So if I append to node graph, now the shot looks weird, but that's only because I've got a double up on my balance. Yeah. If I delete the balance that was saved with that one, then I get the look. Yeah. So if you've got to protect the balance node or all that work you've done technically to protect the shot, you've just got to be aware that if you've, you know, an apply grade is going to write over everything. Yeah. So now I've got Command B for, that's my cross process. That's my bleach bypass. Instead of right clicking and going local version, create new version, there is a shortcut to create a local version, which is Command Y. And you get a little message saying you've just created a version. So now I could just delete the the look part and go to my simple pot version, right click and go append to node graph. Again, it was saved with the balance node, so I'll delete that. And it's all making sense. So now we've got 3 looks. I can go Command B, B. So that's version 1, that's version 2, that's version 3. Yeah.
The last part where you did
I did append rather than apart. Yeah, you're right click and append to node graph. Yeah. Are you finding it on the still? Oh.
Oh, this one.
You're getting the idea. Yeah. So yeah, I could do it one more time. I could go Command N again, or Command Y to create a new version. There's my navy blue look. Now look at this. If in this instance, I know this balance node is as good as this one for the shot. So instead of doing that right click, apply to grade or append, if I know that this is perfect for everything, all I've got to do is middle click on it and I've just grabbed the grade. It's as simple as that. If I want this shot to have this grade, I just select the shot I want and middle click on the shot I want to grab it. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I could do that to multiple shots, but be aware the undos are per shot. So if I copy to 50 shots and I've done it wrong, I've got to go to each shot and undo. Yeah, so copying to many is a bit of a thing. But if I do, look, if I middle click on this, I've just done that copy to all 3. I'd have to go undo, undo, and undo to get back. Yeah.
The middle click copy set.
Yeah. So you select the shot you want the grade on and middle click on the grade that you want to grab. And that's as simple as that. It's the most efficient, beautiful way to copy a grade. But it's all or nothing. You can't go, oh, I'm only going to copy part of it. That's why we can display the node graph or indeed append. So we're not touching anything that's there. We're just sticking it down the end. And then we delete the bits that are being doubled up, if there are any. Is that making sense out there?
When I do that video and I want to paste that, sorry, when I click on still and I want to paste that grade,
Yeah.
I right click on that still and
You should have append or apply.
so it's
Not on the still again, on the thumbnail. So if you selected that and middle click on that, that will copy the grade from that.
oh, I see that.
Yeah. That's it. It's but it's a beautiful environment for copying all those grades around. It's really easy. Now, say the client goes, that's cool, but I can't remember what the first one looked like. Yeah. Well, if we go to our split screen function, which in our viewer, which is the second one along, if I hit split screen, I can go to versions or versions plus original. And now I'm seeing all my versions together. Yeah. I can go Command F and play it back to the client, and the client can go, oh, I like that one more than that one. Let's go with that one. Yeah. The active grade at the moment is the one down here because that little outline's picking it up. But if I said, oh, actually, they want to go with this cross-process look, I can just click on it, double click on it to load that. And then that's going to be the active grade. When I turn off my split screen, that's going to be the one that gets exported. Yeah. So you can show your client 4 different looks. They can go, that's the one I like. And then your mission then is to deploy that look as efficiently across the film. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that split screen can be quite handy. So just to clarify, moving nodes around, yeah, I can at any point copy a node, Command C, go to any other shot, add a node, and Command V to paste that grade in. Yeah, I can right click and save a still, and if I grab a still, in that still, if I go display node graph, I've got all the nodes that made up that grade. And if I went to another shot, I could go, all right, that would be the perfect node to add to this shot. Clearly isn't, but you get the idea. Yeah. So we can cherry pick from our node graph position. We can, if we've got stuff that's there and we do not want to destroy it, we can do an append. So, oh, by the way, if your graphs start looking disgusting like this, you can right click and go clean up node graph, and it will do its best job at giving you some sort of semblance of control over it. But yeah, you know, if I wanted this on this, it's going to look disgusting, but let's not worry. I'll go append to node graph, and you see it's just put that, protected all I had there and just added the whole grade downstream. And yes, it has created some strangeness. But that's grade management, yeah? Now, if I save into the stills bins, any stills, then they're in the project, yeah? So if I right click and grab a still, I'm just grabbing a still for the project. But I have this power grade bin in my gallery as well. And if I select the power grade bin and I save a still into there, that is there forever. And every project I open, when I go to that power bin, it will have that grade in it. So you could, if you're using the same look grades, or, you know, a kit of parts that you're often using, you can just pick up the ones you want and drop them into the power grade bin, and then they'll always be in every project for you. Yeah. So it's just worth knowing. I rarely use the power grades, but some people do.
How do you create a power grade?
You should always have one, but you can right click and go add power grade bin in your gallery. It's got to be in your gallery, not your media pool.
And that would be displayed on all projects.
Yeah, power grade bins are always available in every project.
Does it matter how I save this project?
No, no, it's just something that sits at a tier above the project, so it'll always turn up. Yeah. And if I'm in the edit page, I can have a power bin for graphic assets that I always use. You know, it's quite a nice idea. So now we get to a punchline, because we've done all this work and then the client goes, ah, yeah, but I've just re-edited that since you've been grading. So now you've got 10 minutes to get your old grade onto the new film and then get that out. Yeah, that's what happens in the real world all the bloody time. So we've got different ways to wrangle the grade across from one timeline to another. Let's first bring in the new timeline. So I'm going to go to my timelines bin, right click, go timelines, import AAF, EDL, XML again. And in there, we've got our color trace, Airplanes O2 color trace. And I'm just going to import that in. Now, as we saw the last time we brought it in, we brought in our media, didn't we? And we configured the project using that XML. I don't need to do that this time. So I'm going to untick automatically set up projects. And I'm going to untick automatically import source media. As soon as I do that, it's Resolve now knows it's not looking outside for any media. It's just going to look in a bin. Yeah. So when I go OK, now it gives me a presentation of the folder structure inside the bins. Yeah. So I could spill open my video and go, oh yeah, I don't want you to touch the low quality transcodes. I only want you to link to the high quality ones, but I need all the rest of them linked in. So I go OK. And there you go. It gives me an error message. Now the audio files, for some reason in this XML, it doesn't bring them in, but I can just drop them in and it will fill those containers. So most of it's worked. We've got that problem again, where that shot's missing. And of course, it could be a completely different shot than the last offline reference we got. So as soon as I did this, I'd be on back to the offline again. Give me a reference. I've got to check the edit again. Yeah, they didn't do it for this one, which is bad. But yeah, just to fix this audio thing again, just like before, if we know that if Resolve knows what the audio is, then it'll be fine to just bring it in. So if I go in there and pick up that audio folder and drop it in to there, you see it just fills out all those containers. Yeah. So offline media aside, we've now got our new edit in. I'm just going to check this one. All right, aerial SFO. Aerial SFO is one. The reason it didn't match to it because someone's added O2 to it. Maybe it's a next version of the graphics or something. So remember to link that one into here. All I've got to do is select it in the media pool, select it in the timeline, right click and go conform lock with media pool clip. Yeah. And now we've got that shot fixed. Good. Now we've got to do the color management. Remember, we're building this edit on foundations and our grade was built on those foundations. So we've got to set the same foundations up on the new edit, yeah? If it's not already done. So you just got to keep an eye on that. Obviously, we've got the same media involved. So in theory, it's got that color management on it. But if it had a brought in new media, of course, it wouldn't have its input color space set up. So you'd have to be on that, yeah? You'd have to think about that. Now we want to get our grades onto this one from the old edit. So how do we do that? Well, there is this function called color tracing. So if I've got an edit here and I right click on the new edit and go timelines, color trace from timeline, yeah? So you go timelines, color trace from timeline. Now it wants us to find in the database that timeline. So I'm working in the guest profile, and this was called Thursday training, my folder. So there you go. There's Thursday training, and in there, project 2, and in there we can see the 2 timelines we've got. And it was the HQ timeline that's got our latest grade. There's a simpler way than this, by the way. I'll show you after. Yeah. You are? Have you? But in your project, you've got 2. Or maybe you do both the second one. Or you make, is that definitely yours? Yeah. So just see. Put your timeline smartly. Yeah, you've only got the local quality. You didn't bother duplicating it.
No.
That's you would have at a certain point done. Right, click to duplicate the time. Duplicate. Add a copy linked into that one that I copied. All you did was swap out the low to the high at the same time. Yeah, but you didn't do it wrong. It's just that there was an extra step there, which is why you're not seeing it. So I would choose your low quality timeline. Yeah.
Where is that color trace?
Yeah, so I'll show you how to get to it again. So we've brought in the timeline. You right click on it, go to timelines, color trace, right down the bottom there. Were you?
That's just
Yeah. It should be there already. It's interesting. It's not on that copy. It's on this one. Oh, yeah, this one. You can sure one called to timeline. So yeah, once we've got that all lined up and we go to color trace from timeline, we drill down to where the folder is that our project's in. So mine was called Thursday Training. Project 2, high quality transcodes was my last grade, and I hit continue, and you get this interface, and it's already done an awful lot of work for us. Anything that's green means it's gold. Everything's good. Resolve knows exactly what should be the grade on that shot. Whenever it's blue, it means it's confused. There might be more than one option it thinks fits. And whenever it's red, it means it's never seen it before. As far as it's concerned, you will have to grade that, yeah? But if I select one of these blue ones, it offers up what it thinks could be the grade for that shot. So if it was this grade, I can just double click on it. It goes purple, both go purple, and then I can go copy grade at the bottom there. I select this one and double click on this one. That's cool, copy grade. If you go to manual away from automatic, then you get presented with all the clips, and this is where you can manually copy the grade. So I could go, oh, that one and that one, paste, yeah? Or I could go those four, paste. Obviously not in, wouldn't make sense for that, but you get the idea. You can paste ranges, you can paste individual grades and shots. Once you've finished with it, go back to automatic and then say copy grades and exit. And you'll find out that it looks nothing like anything until you wiggle it. And then if we go into our film, there you go, there's the grade applied to the shot again, and we're in good shape. Now, that's one way to do it. Color trace, it's fine. It's pretty damn good, actually, if you've got 1,800 shots in your timeline, which I've had in a 90-minute doc. But if you've only got a short form piece, there's an awful lot, there's a simpler way of doing it, which is quite clean and neat, and I do this a lot. Basically, in your gallery, at the bottom, you've got this timelines in the gallery, and when you select that, it basically allows you to see all the timelines you've got. So I could select my HQ timeline in here, and now I'm seeing all the grades from that timeline. Make sense? So now I can just go, all right, that one, I'll middle click on this one to grab the grade. Oh, that one, I'll middle click on that one to grab the grade. Yeah, so you can copy your grades, wrangle your grades across if it hasn't got them already. So let's imagine I hadn't done the color trace on this. I could go Command Home, and that'll reset the whole grade if I've got it all selected. So now I could just go through and go, all right, that shot is that one. I'll middle click. That one's that one. I'll middle click. That one's that one. You know, it is a manual process, but you can get there. Yeah. Is that making sense?
Sorry, I'm just still. I did something not wrong before.
But the biggest flaw in the whole workflow is that you're editing in another application.
Yeah.
You know, because if they were editing in a shared collaborative environment in Resolve, my grades would be on that stuff already, you know, and it would move around with that clip. So you'd never, you know, you'd never have to worry about this whole workflow. And you can see that, you know, despite trying to micromanage it, holes appear. Knowledge disappears. The offliner know what happened to that shot and that shot and that clip and that clip, but I don't. I'm in the other side of that fence, picking up the pieces and trying to grade it and get it back to them in a shape that works. Now, when we've done a conform, we've brought it in, and let's imagine we've done our grade on it. And now we want to export it out to Premiere again, so they can then put their titles on, their captions, their legals, all the rest of it. That's all been done in Premiere as well. So the chances are they do not want us to send them back a flattened movie of the film, but that is an option. Obviously, we could just export a high-res copy of the whole film. But more often than not, if they've got live dissolves in their timeline, they want us to render back the individual clips, but with handles enough to rebuild the dissolves and stuff. That's the most professional workflow. So if I was going to export this back to Premiere, I would go to my delivery page. And in my delivery page, at the top left here, we've got all our presets, different defaults to start from. So the first set, this custom one, I'll show you how to make a custom export, but this first one's about individual clips going out. So if I smack that, I'm immediately ready to export a H.264 master. I can customize all the settings as well and save them as my own bespoke version. Yeah. So these first sets are about exporting out a flattened master. There's my ProRes. If I was delivering a broadcast master, I'd use ProRes, and I'd probably choose ProRes 4x4, which is like infinite good quality to deliver it.
I have a question actually.
Sure.
So I'm on Windows.
Oh yeah, you can't.
No, so I can't.
Yeah.
Render out ProRes. So would the preferred be DNX or
DNX? Yeah, DNX. Yeah, it would be DNX HR.
Is it 10-bit or
444 12-bit?
Okay, just maybe I'll speak to you about it a bit later on, but just because I've encountered some problems with that, obviously not really having the knowledge, but I found 10-bit works, but obviously when I was bringing some clips in, the colour wasn't the same, so
well, maybe, I mean, it depends, but normally 12-bit obviously better than 10-bit.
yeah.
Difference is the amount of samples of color it retains. So you should have more color retention in the 12-bit rather than the 10-bit equivalent. But it's actually these 444s, that's the full sample of the RGB. Yeah. So the reason ProRes has got a 4.4 on it, you know, if I go back to ProRes, it's got 4444, is because that last 4 is an uncompressed alpha channel.
Yeah.
So you can embed a logo and just kill off all the bit around the logo sort of thing when you're exporting. But yeah, no, that is an issue on a PC. You can't get to the ProRes family.
Yeah.
But yeah, DNX. Well, if you are getting kicks between 12-bit and 10-bit, that is a bit concerning because it shouldn't really give you a difference in color. It should just have fidelity.
It's not really like it's just a lot less saturated, I would say.
Okay, interesting. I haven't seen that before, but
maybe it's just obviously because I'm new to doing it, so I'm not fully aware of
but as I say, I haven't seen that, but it should behave consistently on the code.
Yeah.
So this is again flattening out a single clip. So this would be exporting the whole edit. Now, if I've got in and out marks in the timeline, I and O, just that bit's going to get exported. Yeah. So if you want to export the whole film, just make sure you're on the entire film, or you can do Option X, which will remove those in and outs, and then it will export the whole movie. So, but this is flattening out a movie. We don't actually want to do that in this instance because we want to give them it as a separate element. By the way, this is the next cage setup is your social media platforms. So you can publish to all your different social media platforms direct from within Resolve. There's TikTok and all those businesses. All you do is go to DaVinci Resolve Preferences, and in your system internet accounts, you just sign into them here, and then you'll be able to publish directly from here. The last down the end here is where we get to our round tripping workflows. There's one to get out to Netflix and Sony, and yeah, so if I was delivering a IMF format, which is the format that they prefer, the reason why they like IMF is because you can actually have multiple edits in one clip, literally different language versions, different, you know, Netflix love it because they only have to QC one master for the globe rather than a Spanish version, the UK. And also one of the other beautiful things, which I hope they bring into QuickTime, is that with IMF, you can export out the film and then just drop into it the fix. So you don't have to export the whole 60-minute thing again because you've got one shot you've got to replace. You can just replace the shot in the file. Yeah, and it just says, yeah, okay, I'll play. Yeah, yeah. So it's got some advantages, but these are the only guys that use it. And then these are our round tripping for Premiere. If you're going to Pro Tools, you might need to go out, export a Pro Tools version of your audio. That's the default industry standard audio finishing suite. So you might, if I hit that, it's automatically ready to export me some Fisher-Price video, which is what they like, and the proper audio for a audio finishing session.
Ask about this audio expert here.
Yeah.
Is Resolve able to export separate tracks?
Yes.
How do you?
Yeah. So if I'm if I hit the ProRes mastering, for example, and go to the audio tab, by default everything gets mixed down to a stereo output. But if you go in there, you can go timeline track, and so that one would add that track. Then you could go timeline track, yeah, and just add the outputs you want, and say, right, I'd like that to be track 1, or that I haven't got different tracks in here. But if I had my stereo on 1 and 2, my music and effects on 3 and 4, yeah, I could just target each track out to each individual channel on the QuickTime. Yeah.
What if I only want audio? I just want the audio, for instance, I just want to export track 3 as a one.
Yeah, so well, if you're doing audio only, then you've got a setup for it here. If I hit this audio only output as a preset, then yeah, I can do all of that, but it will just turn off the video. So you'll just be exporting on audio export. Yeah. But yeah, effectively you can set up any track to burn to any output track. Yeah. Time. Well, yeah, it depends if you've got mono or stereo. It's going to nominate to go out in the configuration of that channel, that track. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, to deliver this to Premiere, if I select the Premiere round tripping workflow, now it's individual clips. Yeah, I can choose the output quality, and obviously I'd want it to be good. So I'll go to ProRes 4x4. File name wise, you can see it's grayed out source file name. So it's going to use exactly the same name that it had when it came in. This tick to use unique file names freaks people out, but don't worry about that. Keep it on. What that means is if you've used the clip 5 times in the timeline, if that's not ticked, when it gets to the next use of it, it's going to overwrite the one that it just ripped and do it again. Whereas with that tick, it just goes, oh, you're a unique bit of that clip, you're a unique bit of that clip, and so on. So you get the right result. So leave that on. Check my video, check my audio. Now all I need to do is set up a destination. So where the location is, I'll hit browse. Maybe I'll go to my color page. Let's make an exports bin. And in there, I'll make one called Premiere. And that's where I'm going to put my conform stuff. So I'm going to say that's the target destination. And when you want to render out, you can just hit this button at the bottom. Once you're happy, hit add to render queue. Yeah. And what that does is push it over into our render queue. And we can add as many jobs as we want as we're going through. So I could go, all right, I'm giving them the conform back, but the client wants to see a QuickTime of the grade. So I'll hit this H264 master. Now, when I'm doing a H.264 master, the things that I do to this setting are going to improve the quality of this setting, because by default, it doesn't do things like multi-passing code. When I tick multi-passing code, it's going to take twice as long to export, but it's going to go through the first pass, assessing the job, and then allocate the data on the second pass, because H.264 is what we call a variable bit rate. So when it gets to complex pictures, it uses more data. Yeah. So if it's assessed the project once, then it'll do a better job on the encode. And if I've got fast motion in the film, I often take it off of keyframes automatic and say I want a keyframe every 8 frames rather than 30. And that will just mean that the real frames are closer together in the codec, which means that the inaccuracy will be less, especially on fast motion. So I can customize this. If I go to advanced settings, if I've rendered the timeline, you saw me doing some rendering yesterday for that speed warp, where it was creating the blue line along the top of it. Well, if I've rendered my output, if in my master settings, I've said I want to render my render cache quality is ProRes 4x4 or DNX HDR, and online quality, then I can use those render files when I'm exporting. So in my advanced settings, I can say use render cache images. Yeah. So loads of things like that can be done. If you've got subtitles, you can add the subtitles here. Before I send this across, I've obviously got to set up a destination for it. So I'm going to browse, and in here, I'll just go back to my exports and put it there. So I'll save that as the destination for this version of the film. I always use the timeline name if it's possible for an export master. Yeah, I make sure my timeline's called something sensible, and then I tick to say use file name, type timeline name as the name of the file. That means I've got a bond between the file out there and what I've called it. Yeah, if it's called something completely different, you've already screwed yourself over. Technical term. So once I've built my ultimate fantasy football export, all I've got to do is go up to this drop down here, little drop down, and go create additional or create preset, save as new preset. Yeah. So I can say save as new preset, and I'll call this one Rory H.264 or H.264 best. Let's do best, better than my name. Yeah, and hit return. And now in where it said custom presets, now it's got my H.264. And I can just hit that and it will configure everything for me. Now, sorry? It's because you probably still in background tripping preset rather than in H.264. If you hit that. It's because when you use a round tripping preset, it doesn't want you to ever do a single clip of it. Okay. It wants you to put out individual clips for each shot that we've graded. So when you use one of those, it sort of already limits you from making mistakes, if you like. So now
sorry.
Yeah.
On my version, just under quality, would it be under 2-pass?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm assuming it's similar with, well,
yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah.
So it'd be full, wouldn't it? Full 2-pass. Cool.
Yeah. Now I can add this to the render queue. So now I've got 2 jobs in my render queue. I can cheat the order of them. If I just deselect, I can select this one and render it first, or this one and render it first. Whatever you've got selected will render first, essentially. Obviously, if I've got nothing selected, it will render everything. Yeah? If I've put it over here and I want to change it, maybe I've forgotten to do something, it's not a problem. The little pen icon, when I hit that, it loads it back over here. And now we've got update job or add a new job. So I can bastardize it, modify it, and make a new version as well. Or I could just do something in here, whatever it would be, and then update the job. Yeah. So you're not locked in once you've sent it over, or you don't have to do it again if you made a mistake. Once I've got them there, I just hit render all. And up here now, we're going to see the frames per second render rate. So, you know, if you've got a beast of a machine, you'll see 300 frames a second. If you've got a slow machine, you'll see 30. But eventually it will do it all. So this is doing the individual outputs. And now this is the H.264. So it's going to do a 2 pass. It's going to go back and start again. There you go. That's the second pass, allocating the data. And now it's finished. All I've got to do is then right click on the output here and say reveal in Finder. And there's the exports I made. There's the export QuickTime movie to send to the client, H.264. And then in the Premiere folder, there's all my stuff. Yeah. Rendered out, graded, and ready to go into Premiere. Now, if I go into Premiere quickly, doopity-doopy-doo. Premiere takes months to load up. It's like you can go and get a coffee, you know, possibly go on holiday for a couple of weeks. You know, it's very strange. Anyway, it will get there in the end. But yeah, so once it's gone, the thing I'm about to show you, I might as well describe it while we're waiting for it to kick. Once you've done your grade and you've exported out in this XML way, effectively I've rendered to one bin and Premiere's picking up its shots from that same bin. Yeah. That means that I've got a bond. So it means if the client went after we've conformed into Premiere, you've got to change that grade, because they're both picking up their media from the same source. I can go back into Resolve, just grade that shot, render it out, and Premiere should pick it up automatically. Yeah. So I'll show you that before we break for lunch. But yeah, so Premiere eventually opened. I'm going to go new project, call it Gibber. It's a very silly one. Here we go. So we've got my project Gibber. I'm just going to go out. There's the XML. So I just pick up the XML from the render bin and drop it into Premiere, and it should conform the sequence for me. So there it is. It's brought it in. Oh, initializing the GPU. Didn't know it needed to do that. I'm just going to minimize that. I've got no idea what that's doing. Let's have a look. There's my sequence. So conform back into Premiere, and then the client goes, oh, that looks a bit shocking, which I'd have to agree. So I'm going to dive back into, I don't know why it looks like that, because I didn't export that.
I think I accidentally exported stuff.
Maybe. But no, I mean, essentially, let's just let's go into Premiere and see something that looks more sensible. Why does it look so shit? I mean, it looks shit, but like, why does it look that shit? That's not what I've got in my timeline.
This is what I was maybe saying earlier about, like, obviously it doesn't look that different, but
yeah, no, there's something going wrong here.
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't change. It should be what I'm putting out. There's no add another color to this function.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to quit the app and go back in again and do that quickly again. So
with that, do you need to change anything with your color space tag and gamma tag, or just leave it alone?
That's it. It should be, I mean, as long I'm saying I want to output Rec 709, so
yeah,
what it should be outputting is so if I go back in there, let me just go back to a step where I've got a decent clip. So if I look in my color management, that's just standard saying I want to output SDR Rec 709, so that's fine. If you have got the ability at the sequence level, if I right click on the sequence and go to timeline settings, in here, we're using the project settings, so it's using what we've done already. But if I bypass it, I can change the color management on this individual time. Yeah. But it's not that's not the problem that's causing this error. So let's just try that again. I'm just going to go out. I'll go and smack the Premiere round tripping. I'll make a new bin. So new, make that the target using source file names, ProRes 422, bosh, add to render queue, render. That's looking better. Yeah, so this is going to work. So yeah, I don't know why it was doing that disturbing thing, but it shouldn't have been. I might have done something stupid in the meantime. But if I go reveal in Finder now, there it is. And I just pick up the XML, tab into Premiere and drop that in. And it should conform that all in for me. And now it's looking proper. Yeah, that's what it should look like. Good. I'm glad I persevered. Right. Now that I've done that, if I go back into Resolve and the client goes, yeah, why did you make that plane look so boring? I wanted it to be exciting. So I could just add saturation, maybe. Let's just stretch it out, give it some more pop, whatever. So I've fixed the shot, and now they want that back in Premiere. So if I go to my delivery page now, this was the export I used. So I'm just going to load that back over here. So I can use exactly the same preset. This time I don't want to render the whole timeline, so I can either select this clip in the thumbnail and go render this clip, or just park over a clip and do X. It's essentially the same thing. So I could select the clip and go X. That's the only one I want to export. I'm still doing individual clips, so that's all good. So I just have to update the job and then render again. It's going to say, hold on, you've already got a clip out there with an identical name. Do you want to render over it? Yes, I do. So there you go. It's rendered the new clip. And because it's rendering to the same folder, in theory,
it should replace it, shouldn't it?
One day in the Twilight Zone is going to update with that, that shot. That's the way.
I think that's always like been an issue with Premiere though, hasn't it? Because it's like, I find it quite it's pretty irritating when you do need to do it.
Crashes and burns. Not. I mean, Resolve is doing crashing and burning more than it normally does, but Premiere is just cruel and unusual most of the time. But yeah, I mean, now when I boot it up again, it'll be faster for some reason, but it will also probably link to the right media this time. So
in instances where that's a recurring issue, like with wanting to swap your shots out, is there an easier not easier, but is there another way of going around that?
Well, next lesson we're going to bring in a flattened movie, because in the modern world, certainly since COVID, instead of people going, here's a ½ terabyte of individual shots, conform up the timeline, send it back in this way, about 80 to 90% of my clients now send me a ProRes flattened export of the whole movie that they've cut, because then it's 50 gig rather than 500. And then I chop that up in the timeline, and then I grade each shot, and then I export one big file back to them. And that way round, you can avoid all these conform issues, because at least they've baked everything they've done into the timeline. Nothing can be lost from Premiere or Avid, but it does tie our hands in terms of exploiting metadata, different names of the clips. So we lose a little bit of power, but we also gain a bit because we don't have to check everything. So there's swings and roundabouts to different workflows, but yeah, it's did it not even bother to say, because Premiere doesn't auto save, does it? Because it's that kind of beastie. That's just Premiere new. That was it. Let's try again. Yeah, so there it's got the new shot in it now. Because it's there was only one file there with the right name and everything. It's just that Premiere wasn't capable of picking it up live. Yeah. Phew. Rest and rest. Cool. So after the lunch thing, we are going to go into another project and look at group grading and things like that. Yeah. So back at 2 o'clock, and yeah, have a good lunch.
Thank you. See you later.
Cheers, Rory.
Cheers. See you in a bit. Hello. Are we all right?
Hi there.
Yeah. Good, good, good. I'm not sure we'll have enough time to do this, but if we do, it'd be rather cool. I'm sharing my screen to one of you folks out in the Twilight Zone there. So get rid of that horrible thing. Right, so back in Resolve. If this is the Blackmagic Cloud Store, yeah, and when you kind of go into the Blackmagic library, so let me just go out to Blackmagic. Let's just do that. Sorry, making it up as I go along again, but let's get rid of that. Right, so when you go to the Blackmagic site, one of you, if you want, if you feel so inclined, hit this login cloud, and I'm logged in. But if you go to that, if I log out, let me log out, so you see what it's. Go away. Right, so I'm going to log out my account. So basically, when you go into Blackmagic and hit that cloud account, you get to set up create a free account. And when you hit that, it asks you for metadata fields and so on. If one of you signs up to this and sends me your email, I'll sign you into my library and we could collaborate. So I could show you how the collaboration works. If we don't have time, we don't have time, but it's just one of those ideas. If any of you feel so inclined to collaborate, I can show you how that works. But yeah, so you do, then you sign in this, and then you'll get an email going, authenticate this, you say that, and then you're basically in. Once you're signed in, I'm just describing the report. Let me turn the telly on. So yeah, when you're working with the cloud, first thing you do is set up a profile, which costs nothing. It's free. Once you've signed in, once you've set up your profile, so I'm now going to log in, and I'll do it with my email. Yep, that's okay. And then right, so once I've signed in, I'm renting a library and I'm renting a library and I'm renting a project server on the cloud. Yeah, so when I go to my project server, this is my Soho Editors cloud account, and this is my library. And if I hit the information on it, you can see these are all the people signed in to collaborate with me in one project anywhere in the world. Yeah, so these could be based in Europe, based in Germany, etc. Like some of them are. Yeah, so basically, if one of you out in the Twilight Zone there signs in through that process at some point and then sends me your email via the chat, I'll sign you into my library, and I can show you folks how this whole equation. But you don't have to, of course, because it's not calibrating. But I think it's really worth you seeing this, particularly if you're working remotely with clients, or you want to work at work and then go home and carry on working. If you're signed into that library on both sides of the fence, effectively what it does is, as soon as I throw a clip into my project, once it's signed into this equation, that clip is automatically uploaded to the cloud and downloaded to everybody who's signed in. Yeah, so we all get the media automatically all the time, and all our decisions are shared via the cloud server to everybody all the time. Yeah, so it's an amazing environment. Anyway, I digress. But if anyone feels so inclined in the next break to do that, we can have a little cheeky go at that at the end of the day. Right, so probably not going to come back into the delivery section again. So are there any questions about exporting? Yeah, you saw me export a flattened master, full film, and you saw me do the round tripping versions where I use the XML round tripping workflow. And that's pretty much it. You know, if you go to Final Cut Pro 10, there's Final Cut Pro 10. That's the round tripping for that one. Frame.io. Has anyone heard of Frame.io?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Frame.io is a great application. It's one of the ones we can sign into as our internet accounts at the bottom, Frame.io. It's actually owned by Adobe these days. But it gives you an ability to upload directly to a media approval and commenting system where you can add markers to the film on the browser, and those markers will automatically be rained down into the project in Resolve. Yeah. So on the exact point in the timeline where the problem occurred. So unfortunately, I'm not signed into it and I can't remember my password. So it's difficult to show you. We have got one that's called Presentations, which is a bit like Frame.io, but it's Blackmagic's version of it. And effectively, I can send something to Presentations. And if I go back in here, there's my presentations. And basically what it's a bit like Frame.io, I can just go to a presentation I've made, go away, and then as before, we can go into that. Yeah, so we can go to the film. I can add markers to the film, and those markers will be rained down into the project. Yeah, so I could add a comment like gibber, and then say save, add comment, and it would add a marker to the comment. And if this was a timeline in my current project, I'd get that marker. Yeah, my strange German friends art film. It's disturbing beyond disturbing. I mean, you know. But
Rory, what would you need in the chat in order to collaborate?
all I need is that email address as when you build the profile. You just need to, once you do that once you've done the sign in and filled out that metadata sheet, then you just got to drop me the email that's the thing that you signed in on as your username, as it were.
There you go.
Yeah, you've dropped that in the chat, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I'll do the same on the next break.
Yeah. So, well, if I go there, I can just copy that. And if I now go to my library, so let's go back in here. I go to my server and my library. There it is. So I can, I'll just delete someone. I've got a couple of people in here. Let's get rid of Stephanie. Right, so now I've got my share. I can just paste you in and share. Error unknown. Try again. Oh, I've got the mail to business. That'll be why. Get rid of that. There we go. So now I've shared my library with you. If I go back into my house icon now and go to my cloud library, my cloud server, yeah. So now that's my library there. And
I can't see this, mate.
You know, I'm not sharing.
No.
Oh, dear, that'll be daft as a daft thing.
It's okay.
No, it's very important. Let me just actually, let me stop sharing. I just want to check if it's ticked. Yeah, it is. So, sorry about that. So, yeah, so all I did was sign you in here. Yeah. So
yeah.
I just hit share and shared it to you. And now in Resolve, if you go to, doing brain fart. Yeah, let me launch that again. If you go to your cloud, if you go to your project manager and then go to that cloud tab in the project manager. So let me show you as soon as it kicks up. So we want to go into this cloud tab and you should see my library there. If you can't, you need to sign into your profile on that cloud account. It might say, give us sign in.
Yeah. I'm just signing in.
Yeah, sign in. So it's got to know who you are at the other end to make the bond. But because you're shared now in my library,
Yeah,
my
I've
library,
got SOO editors.
that's it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So we're now working together. So if I make a project now, instead of where we make one locally, we make one with more criteria to say. So I'm going to call this one Friday. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I can say, choose a location where I want the media to sync to automatically from the cloud. So I normally set up a folder on my system or desktop, but it goes into the documents, I think, by default, but you can have it go into any drive. Allow multi-user collaboration. Yeah. Do I want to sync proxies and original or just the proxies? And this is one that will blow your mind. Yeah, I'd like to allow remote camera access. So when I create this library now, I've already got one that's called Friday, so I'll call it Friday New. Great. And now we're in a collaborative library. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you should, if you don't see this project turn up, there's a little refresh icon here.
Okay.
If you hit that refresh icon, you'll see Friday New turn up. Is that right? Are you getting that?
So can you chat whilst in DaVinci then?
Yeah, you've got a little, when you're in the cloud collaboration, you've got a little chat environment to talk to all your people.
That's so good.
Send Mark, I can even send to my camera crew, because that's the thing. This is about joining up production and post-production as well. So now, if I quickly, I'll just make a couple of folders in here quickly. I'll make one for teacher and one for student, or it could be editor and colorist, or it could be graphics, etc. So, and in here, I'm just going to create a timeline for student. And in here, I'll make one for teacher. Cool. So we've got our two timelines. Now I'm going to bring in some media. Now, when I bring in the media, it's automatically going to upload it. I'll just take a couple of files here. So I'll just go to pick up our HQ transcodes. Yeah. So I'm just going to take those and drop that into the project. As soon as I've done that, down here, this cog is now syncing via the cloud all that media. And are you in that project now?
It's not come up yet. I've not got Friday New. I've got Friday and Friday Test in there, but
refresh it again, because I might have need to name it again. So hit the refresh icon again.
no, not yet.
Seeing Friday New. Why don't you make a project?
Yeah.
And make a project. And I'll be your collaborator. So yeah, you have to hit the 5 things you have to decide.
Called it Friday New.
Yeah, call it Friday New. That's good. Right. Have you made it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I refresh, where's Friday New gone? This is where it gets tricky if you're not in the same room. Because you're definitely signed in, aren't you? There.
Yeah, yeah.
You should be seeing this project. I'm quite confused why I mean, you might not see it if you go to list view and organize via date modified. Maybe that will help.
Right.
It might be in there, but it just lost in the mix.
No, it's not popped up yet.
That's very weird. Are you what version of the software are you working?
I'm in the free version, 18.5.
18.5. See, I'm in 19 double.
The last most recent, other than the one I've made, is called Capture Test, Friday, June 21st.
You made one called Capture Test.
No, that's one of yours.
That's one of mine. All right, that might have been made when I made it in 18.5. That's why we've got to be both working on the same version of the software for this to work. That's why.
Okay.
So sorry about that. But I can show you one half of it. Basically, if I go into this Friday new project, this stuff is already synced up for people to get to. Yeah. So this would already be on the cloud. Just to point out, come away. Just to point out another function that comes along with this, if I stop sharing for a minute, another function that comes along with this is there's a Blackmagic camera app that goes on your app on your Android or iPhone, yeah, and that is a fully featured digital SLR. So you've got you can set up everything. You can set up frame rate, aspect ratio, frames per second, shutter speed, ISO, all of that can be done on the phone app. Looks like that, yeah. And if I go to my media tab, once I've signed the phone into this cloud solution, if I go to my media tab and hit on a little side thing there, I'll have Friday New as one of the little folders, yeah. So I just select Friday New on the phone and then go back to my camera, and now it's ready to record, yeah? The beauty of this system is you can sign 30 people in. You can have 30 cameras all working with time of day time code on the phone, yeah? So you can set that up so that it auto syncs the media with that time code, and you can build a multicam clip as soon as the media hits the project. And the media hits the project, I'm just recording now, so there you go. You can wave at the others because they're going to see this shot in a minute. And then if I stop recording now, if we go back into my library here, as soon as it's uploaded from my phone, oh, I've got to share again. Share. So as soon as it's uploaded from my phone, there's the camera upload, there's the shot. Yeah.
And then when you film with this, does it film almost like a raw stuff? Do you know?
You can set, depending on the capabilities of your phone, with the latest 15, you can record ProRes 4x4 on the phone, which is just new. Yeah, and you can record log as well. So yeah, you could. Yeah, it doesn't.
Could that essentially be set up as like a monitor?
You've got another little cheeky app.
Yeah.
There's one called remote monitoring.
Mm.
And remote monitoring allows you to start a session if they've downloaded the remote monitoring app, which is there. I've got to sign into the cloud. But if I had a cloud profile and this information, I could take that string and that would allow me to sign into the remote monitoring app on my phone. What that means, I'd get a live stream of my monitor out to the client. Yeah, so the client can be just signed into the monitor app and watch my grade wherever they are on their phone or iPad whilst I'm getting on with it. So that's another solution.
That's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me.
I'm assuming if you've got an ATEM as well, that'll take feed in and then you can use it.
Yeah. In fact, the cut page is set up for that workflow. So with an ATEM, when you've got multiple cameras coming in and an ISO, the sort of edited bed, you can bring it all in one go in here and not even have to make a multicam clip. You can just sync all the angles up and edit real time, if not faster than real time in here. There's a device called a speed editor that they sell for a couple £100, and it just allows you to fly through this sort of thing, editing wise. So yeah, it's it's a brave new world, but the cloud thing's coming. It really does empower us. You know, I had a guy who's shooting us around the World Series on a series of boats, and he was shipping a drive every time they got off the boat. But now he's using this cloud thing to be able to create real-time films from the boat all automatically. So it is very cool. I'm going to jump back to my local bin again, and we'll just pick up where we were. So now we're going to start a brand new project as it goes. So we'll go back to our local space. We're going to bring, I think we create the new project. Yeah, we make a new project here. So we're just going to hit new project and call this one long work day, which is not a description of this. It's the name of the film, hopefully. So create long work day. And then in our editing tab, we can bring that in. Now, there's two ways to bring the film in and chop it up. There's the free version and the paid for version. With the paid for version, I don't need to chop it up as I'm bringing it in. But with the free version, that's the only way I can do it without doing it manually by doing Command B and blading the shot at every cut point, which is boring, especially if it's 400 shots. So we want to be able to do it as an automated approach. So if we go to our media tab, the free version allows us to do this. If I go to that media, our project 3, in here, we've got this long workday film, and they've just flattened it out, and we've got a ProRes or a DNX HQ. So good quality enough to grade. So we're good. Now, the way that you chop it up in the free version is you do it from your media storage area as you're bringing it in. Yeah. So I could create a bin here. I'll create a bin and call it clips. And I'll select that. That will be the target for where everything goes. Yeah. And then to bring it in, you just right click on the file and go scene cut detection. It brings up this window, and at the bottom left, you've got auto scene detect, and you hit that button, and now it's running through the file and using luminance changes to assess where the cuts are. It's by no means perfect, so you can't assume it's got every cut, and you can't assume that every cut is a real cut. So we have to go and check it. And the way I check it is I just go to the front, and then you get this spreadsheet once it's done it, and I can just jump to the cut points, or shift down arrow or up arrow allows you to get to those cut points. Now, they really badly designed this. It used to be that I'd have 3 pictures here, but for some reason they made little thumbnails to replace the big pictures I used to have. But what I'm looking at here, what am I looking at? Am I looking at a real cut? Well, the way it works is these 2 frames should match, and this one should be new. If I'm on a cut, we see 1 frame from the outgoing shot and 2 frames from the incoming. Yeah. So if I've got it right, that's what should be happening. There's one that's clear. We can see those 2 match. That one's different. That's exactly right. That's a cut.
Sorry to interrupt you. So how on this is it analyze clip for people or?
No. All it's doing is looking for cuts, changes in luminance. We have actually got an analyze clips for people, strangely enough. But that will just group them into different groups of people.
So I've brought that in. So I've right clicked on the clip. Is that right?
I'll start this again. So
sorry.
No, it's good. Media storage, yeah. So the clip, you found it here.
Mm-hmm.
Right click on it, scene cut.
Okay, cool.
And then you can hit auto scene cut. Now, if your client has supplied, if your editor has been smart enough to supply an EDL, edit decision list, which Premiere can export out, it only does 1 video track at a time, so they've got to flatten all their stuff into 1 track and export it. But if they do, you can go here and go load EDL, yeah, and then use that EDL to know exactly where the cuts are and where the dissolves are and all of that sort of thing. So that can make your life easier. You're not guessing or using the software to chop it up. It will use that XML to chop it up, or the EDL to chop it up, yeah. So now it's looking for that EDL. I haven't got one for this, so I'm not going to bother, but you get the idea.
Can you make EDLs in Premiere? Or...
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I'll export an EDL from Premiere.
So essentially, if you was to make a XML timeline, would you then have to do?
No, because the XML's already chopping it up anyway.
Right, okay.
It's more for when you flattened it out, but you still want to be able to pick up those cut points and drop them in. So, you know, they export out the film from Premiere, but then they go back in and export an EDL from their uncommitted timeline.
Right.
The shots in it. So then you get the timings of the cuts from that, and then it chops up the flattened movie in the right way. That's it. That's what this is all about. It's about it doing the automatic chopping, so we don't need to. Now, shot 12, this is a faux edit. You can see, actually, if I skim through the timeline there, you can see that actually it's a lens flare that's created the cut point. Whenever you see any of those, you can just jump to it and delete the cut point. Yeah? So if you see any errors, you can get rid of them. Down the end here, we've got another problem, which is the dissolve. If I drag on this, I can zoom in and move across. So there, in this bit, you see it's a dissolve to white, but because the luminance are changing sufficiently, this tool thinks that every single frame's a different cut. So that can create a real problem to deal with, but we can work that out. If I go I and O around the error, I can hit this prune icon, the scissors icon, and that will just give me one cut point. Yeah, still not maybe the right one, but at least I know something's going on there. Yeah, and I can go in and refine it. But this has several disadvantages to the paid for version. Yeah. So let me just show you. If I now hit add cuts to media pool, I only need to hit that once. They will be added to the bin that I've selected. So change the frame rate, yep, if you need to. And then you just hit it once and then close off this window. And now you'll see all those shots in the timeline. You can change the order of them by going to this drop down. Clip name, is it ordered? Oh, maybe I'll organize it by start time code, as it is. So it's the same, but
Did you say you don't change?
yeah, you would change. You'd match the frame rate of the clip normally. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. If I mean, unless you're specifically delivering to a broadcast frame rate, someone said I need it to be 25 frames per second as a master. You're always better off working with the native frame rate that the media was shot in. Yeah.
Mine's not allowing me to add cuts to media pool, Rory.
It probably is, but you've got to close off the window to find out how many versions of it you've got.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
It happens.
I just assumed the window would close.
No. This is it. It gets everybody all the time. I used to like do it 4 times and then go in and find that I had 4 times the amount of clips I was expecting.
Yeah, done that.
So yeah, I've fallen into almost every hole. you folks are falling. Not yet, but we're about to do that. So the next we need to do is put this all in a timeline. One way you can do that is just right click on the clips bin and go create new timeline from selected bin. Yeah. Again, we'd want to call it long work day. I tend to go 001 just in case I'm going to make versions or duplicate at certain stages. So as soon as I hit create, there you go. It's created me a timeline. I could create a bin for my timelines. Why not? Let's be neat and tidy. So I'll pick up that timeline and drop it into my timelines bin. But now when I double click on it, it takes me to the edit page. And there we are. There's our film conformed in. Now it's lifeless, it's flat, it's log. So we're going to do color management on it next. Just before I do, there's issues. Like, for example, this is an issue. If I select that cut where the transition was, where the dissolve is, you see it's red. That means I've got no handles. Yeah. if I'm gonna, if I've got a dissolve in a flattened movie, I've got to put a dissolve over the top that matches the color grade, matches the visual transition, so my grade fades through that as well. You wouldn't want your grade to cut over a dissolve. Yeah, so we've got to put another dissolve over the top of it to fade our grade through this sort of transition. Yeah. Problem being, when you've got red, that means you've got no handles to create a dissolve. Yeah. So even if I had this transition in the right place, which I don't, I can't actually put a transition on it. If I go Command T to try and put a transition on it, it complains and says the only way I can do it is if I trim the edit. And we never want to do that, because we just change the edit downstream just to get this dissolve back, and it'll be in the wrong place anyway. So how do we get our handles back? Well, actually, this is a cheat I'm about to show you, but it works, so it's a good cheat. Actually, the easiest way to get your handles back so you can put dissolves throughout any of these, because at the moment they're effectively subclips without the ability to remove the limit. They're unique subclips. In most subclips I make in Resolve, I can remove the limits anytime I want, but here I can't. This is unique to this silly machine, this function. But the way to do it is you can just select all your clips and delete them. Apple A, delete. Keep the timeline, but delete the clips. Seems a bit radical, doesn't it? But remember, these clips are all made from that one film. So if I go back into my media pool now and drag in that film into my clips bin, when I go back into my timeline, it's all filled again. Just like that credit roller did when we were doing the conform earlier. It auto-filled the slug. And this has now got me all my handles back. So here, you can see I've got a perforated edge now, which is a through edit. It's like if I did Command B, I'm blading the clip into two chunks. But if I select that and go delete, I've just put them back together again. Yeah, because they're consecutive frames. So you can do Command B on any cut you need to. And if you don't need one, you can delete them. So here, I need a transition now. I want it to be at the start of the dissolve. So that's the first frame of the dissolve. So a good little cheeky shortcut to get that back to the playhead is using an extend edit, E. I can just hit E and the selected transition will jump to where I've put my playhead. Now I want to cross dissolve, I want to dissolve after the cut. So I just select the edge I want it on and go Command T, and I've just added a cross dissolve. So now I can just go down to the other end of that dissolve and trim my dissolve to last the same as the underlying dissolve in the film. So now, just to show you, if I go into my color grade now and I make this one red and this one blue, now when we play through that dissolve, we're going to fade through from one color grade to the other. If I hadn't have bothered to put that dissolve there, we'd cut into the blue. Yeah, we wouldn't want that. So you've got to have that fade that allows you to fade your grade through the transition if there is a transition. If there's a page peel, then sack the people you're working with. A page peel or some sort of snap, you know, one of those disturbing transitions you see every now and again. Obviously, you don't want to be masking around a page peel or a clock wipe or silliness like that. So just get them to give you the elements long, grade the shots long, and then they can put their transition, you know, back on when it goes back to them. So I tend to say if there's anything stupid like that, just give me the long elements at the end of the timeline. I'll grade them, and then you can do whatever you want with them.
I did delete clips and I put it back.
Yeah. Still not got any hands. Yeah, you've got to delete clips first before you bring in. Still got all your clips in.
Oh, so I delete this time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, now we've got a timeline offline. But now if we bring the original asset that we used to make that, bring that in. You see the perforated edge. That means we can delete one film, it's the consecutive frames. But now, yeah. So now if you put the dissolve on, it's a little cheap, but just to show you one more thing, if I've got the paid for version, I don't have to do any of that. I do have to keep an eye on the dissolves though, because the paid for version seems to miss the dissolves. So I'll just stretch out this master again. If I was chopping this up using the paid for, I can go to timelines, detect scene cuts, and now it's analyzing the clip using AI and luminance changes to try and work out where the cuts are. So it's pretty much the same thing. It's slightly inaccurate like the other one. It's not a perfect thing. You've got to check it. And the thing I hate most about this paid for version thing is it ignores dissolves completely. At least in the other version, I get a load of mess over each dissolve, so I know I've got to fix it. Whereas in this one, it just ignores the dissolve at the end there completely. So that, I hate that. That's just nonsense. I should have it flag that there's a dissolve there, so I can go, oh, I need to go Command B there, so I can emulate the dissolve. Command T to add the dissolve. Yeah, so it's not, neither of them are perfect, but I use this obviously because I've got the paid for version. I'll just chop it, bring it in and just chop it up. You can actually just mark over a bit and say, oh, I only really need to chop that bit up. And that's the other thing that this can do, is it will just chop up the bit that you're nominating for it to go for. Yeah. It's in the media pool. It's only in the media tab, and you've got to have the file in the media storage, and then you right click on that file in the media storage and it's scene cut detection.
Sorry, the page for
Pay for method means I can do it in the edit page, and all I've got to do is go to timeline, detect scene cuts. And now it will run through the whole film because I haven't got any in and out marks, and it will do the thing for me. Yeah. 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 Good. Right. So we've managed to get our next film in. The next thing we need to do is some color management on it. Now, just as I showed you, oh, where's my slide thing gone? Where's that gone? Keynotes is in there. There it is. Excellent. So, yeah, I showed you this one earlier, but now we're going to start using this DaVinci wide gamut color space. Yeah. So with color management, the three issues are: what's the input color from the camera? What's the timeline color space you're working in? And what the output color space is. Yeah, those are the three issues we got to think about. But you can see, yeah, as I said, when we're working in DaVinci wide gamut, we're working in a huge scaled timeline with more colors than we can actually see. That's how big they've gone. So to set up the timeline, set up color management in this, we can go to our cog, go to color management, and switch to DaVinci YRGB color managed. But instead of leaving it on the two options, SDR, HDR, if you untick the automatic color management when you go back in there, you'll see lots of other presets. So we've got presets for delivering to Netflix. We've got presets for delivering to standard TV still. But we could go to our DaVinci HDR, DaVinci wide gamut intermediate. The wide gamut is talking about the color primaries, so the volume of those color primaries. The intermediate is talking about the gamma or the contrast curve. Yeah, so that's two issues covered. When you're working with Dolby Vision, when you're making a Dolby Vision master, you're actually authoring it to 10,000 nits of brightness. Remember, I was talking about the brightness of a candle. So Dolby Vision authors to 10,000 nits, and then they scale that down to 1,000 nits for your domestic HDR display. Because HDR, if our eyes max out at 10,000 nits, if the monitor's working at the maximum our eyes can work with, it will hurt after a while. So they defined most domestic HDR displays max out at 1,000 nits. What happens is when we deliver it out, it tone maps to the monitor's capability. Yeah, we've got an engine in it that's doing that. So I'm going to select that as my starting point. But now, as with all things in Resolve, if I then go to my custom setting at the bottom there, this will be the starting point for my customization. So if I go to custom at the bottom now, it reveals all the things that we're actually doing with that preset. So what have we got? Input color space. Well, I can set up, if I've got all my footage from one camera, I could do it here. Just say everything's the same. It's all Sony S-Log3. I'm going to choose and you can just go S if you want to jump to ones that start with S. Just hit S and you'll get to your S-Logs and so on. Yeah? If I wanted to get to Rec 709, I could hit R, and you can see it now jumps through everything that starts with R. Eventually, I'd get back to this one. Yeah. So, but if you've got multiple types of cameras in the project, I tend to leave the project level input color space alone because I don't want to use that. I'll do it at the clip level on the individual clips. So I'm going to leave that as is. Input timeline color space has been set up to that huge one now. So we've got DaVinci wide gamma intermediate. Output color space, I want to be going to Rec 709 2.4 gamma. Yeah. So now I've set up what I want it to do. I'm going to save. We won't see any changes here because I've still got to set up the input color space. And as we know, I can do it either in my media pool or in the color page. Let's all go into the color page and go Command A to select all. Now, just to point out, this first shot was actually shot with a different camera. Yeah, so we're going to have to fix that one separately and give it a different input color. Yeah, but let's just assume it's all the same. So we'll select it all, right click and go input color space. And this was shot on Blackmagic Design 4.6K Film Gen 1. Yeah, 4.6K Film Gen 1. Yeah. So as soon as you hit that, now our pictures are looking great. Now your thumbnails are looking like they're still log. But if you right click on your thumbnails, you can say update all thumbnails, and then they'll all kick into life with the real color that they've got. Yeah. So now we've got it covered, but this first shot I mentioned, look at the first shot. It looks almost non-existent. My scopes are telling me that it's crushed to the bone. And as I say, maybe my record report from the camera says it's a different camera. That's why it's looking so rubbish. Now, if I bypass color management, you see it comes back a little bit, but this was shot on Blackmagic 4K film. Now, there's a bug, or there was a bug in 18. I'm kind of hoping they fixed it in 19, but I'm about to find out. So I should be able to set up my cameras for these sources and go and put a different one on this one. So I'm going to go to Blackmagic 4K Film Gen 1 for that one. And you see it gives me a little bit more info, lifts a little bit. It's still well underexposed, But you can see it's also screwed up this shot and all the other ones. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Yeah. So let's all go back to 4.6K film Gen 1 again for everything. The reason that's happening, by the way, is because we're on a single clip and it's getting confused by that. But if I was in ACES and I did exactly that, it would let me. So there's some differences there. I'm going to show you how to fix it. It gives me an opportunity to show you how to fix this one a different way anyway. Yeah, because now I've got all these ones working as I want. This one I've got to bypass color management. I'm just going to bypass it completely on the shot that's wrong. And then I'm going to use a node color management level. So if I go to my OFX library here and look for color, I remember they're American, so they spell it differently. There's my color space transform, and I can just drop that onto the shot, and there you go. It says input color space, input gamma, output color space, output gamma. So the input color space is Blackmagic Design 4K film, yeah, film Gen 1. The input gamma, Blackmagic Design 4K film. Yeah. Output color space to the timeline, output gamma to the timeline. So it's mapping to my DaVinci wide gamma in the timeline. Yeah. But now it's translating that shot properly. People like working with nodes. I've got colorists who love doing a color space conversion at the front, color space conversion at the end to Rec 709, and they just work their nodes in between that sandwich. And then they don't even turn on color management. They leave it in the other one, but they use the nodes to do the color management, if you like. It's different strokes, different human brains. Everybody works differently. So there's no wrong in it. It's just you've got strengths and weaknesses in each part. But now I can start working downstream from that color space conversion, and I know that I'm doing it correctly. Yeah. Cool. So we've got our conform in, and there are scenes like this where he's walking into the garage, and we're going to make a group out of this garage scene. So how do we make a group? Well, remember when I showed you before that we've always got our timeline and clip level. Yeah, those two tiers are always there. But now I'm going to make a group out of this shot. Now, oh, here we go. Just before we do, just notice this. The same flare was picked up by the paid for version. So whenever you see a cut where it shouldn't be, like there, just drop back into your edit page and select the cut and delete it. So you're joining up the shot, make it one shot, not having two shots. Because if you're tracking, of course, you need it to be one shot to track across the whole shot. So we go back into the color page, that's joined up. So I'm going to pick it up from there to there. And to make a group, you just right click on one of the shots and go add into new group. Okay, so you right click once you've selected the ones you want in the group and go add into new group. And we'll call this one garage. As soon as you make a group, you see the chainmail turns up underneath the group. Yeah, so that just tells me that whenever I'm working this shot, I could be working it at the group level if I want to. Now, if we look up here, we've now got group pre-clip, clip, group post-clip, and then timeline. So the timeline and clip we've always had. So we've got these two new group levels applied. Why would we want those? Well, if we go down, let's just make one more group. If we go down to the end of the timeline, we've got him arriving at home. And we've got this shot that you would never see in a film. Yeah, you rarely, if ever, see a dude like that in a movie, unless it's a movie about making movies. And that brings to a point, an issue. We can use color charts to automatically calibrate our pictures. But if you're getting it as a finished film, they're already gone, aren't they? They're cut out of the film. You don't Nobody drops them in the middle of the conform for you. If I was doing it with source rushes, I could park over the shot and every shot and match frame by hitting F, and that would load the source clip back into the viewer. So anytime I park over anything and I hit F, the source clip gets loaded up. And of course, at the front of that source clip, I'd have the chart. So in theory, I could recover the chart, drop it over the top of the shot, do the chart operation and copy the grade across. It's the only way. Of course, if you're editing in Resolve, you could do the chart operation as soon as you're working, as soon as the stuff hits your system, and then that grade will move around with the shots as you start using them. Yeah, so lots of different ways to get the same result. But yeah, this is not normal, but it is for this exercise. So I'm just going to select it and go down to there, and I'm going to right click and go add into new group and call it home, because he's got home by then. And actually that chart is there for good reason. When we've created groups, we've got these pre-group pre-clip. And what would you do in that pre-clip? Well, that's about building foundations, isn't it? When we do our clip grade, we're all about building the foundations on the shot, every one of them making them consistent. Well, this pre-clip area you would use before you started that clip process, because this is going to affect your foundations. Yeah, it's going to be the thing that feeds into the group, everything, and then you do your clip balancing, working on the top of what you get from it, rather than doing it here and then turning this on and finding it changes everything here. So you do this as the first step. And things like gamut mapping. What is gamut mapping? Well, if you've got too much color in the signal, we've got a gamma mapping OFX plugin. You just drop it in and you can scale the amount of color saturation before you even start working with it. Yeah, it's not something I have to do very often. Color charts, you get them quite a lot. And of course, I could do a color space transform at the pre-group level. You know, that one that I just made at the node level, where I did that node, I could put that node at the pre-group level and it would be configuring all the shots in the group. So we're going to do the color chart at the pre-clip level, but as I say, we'd do that first before we'd go anywhere. So now you can see up here, we've got 4 dots. We've got the pre-group, clip, post-group, and timeline. Yeah. So if we go back to our pre-group pre-clip, I'll show you how to do a chart. So to do a chart balance, we've got a menu for it. Next to our raw menu, we've got our chart menu. And of course, our chart has to match the chart we're working with. So there's lots of different charts deployed, but you can see, if we roll in close enough, color checker classic. Yeah. So if I go in here, I can go to color checker classic. There is something about legacy. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, we'll go with color checker classic. Now, next it wants us to do is tell it what the source gamma was, source target gamma is, and the target color space. I tend to leave them on auto. It does a great job. But the next thing I've got to do is go to my drop down and go to my color chart interface. Yeah. And of course, this color chart must match the design of the chart that you're working on. But now all I've got to do is pick up the corners and pin it over the chart. Yeah. So you just make sure you try and avoid fingers and stuff like that. They're not going to help. Make sure you're inside the boxes, so it's sampling those boxes cleanly.
Where's that drop down, Rory?
It's in your tools menu.
Tools.
In the viewer, in your timeline viewer, you know, where you see your power windows or qualifier tools. Can you not see my screen? Yeah. So the chart menu is this one, the second one in.
Yeah, we've got that. Yeah.
And then in your viewer, you go to the bottom.
Got it. Yeah. No worries, man.
So now if you look what happens when I hit the match button at the bottom here, let's have a look at what it's going to do. So I hit match and it instantly calibrates the picture. And now I get values of numbers down here. Yeah. And they're values of delta. In other words, they're how much it diverges from where it should be. So the bigger the number, the more the error. Yeah. So if we get to double figures, I get a bit concerned, but my white point is smacked. My black point is a little bit off. But yeah, anything under double figures, and I'm very happy normally. You know, and I didn't touch any of these autos. I could have gone in there and gone, right, you're using Blackmagic Design 4.6K film. You're using Blackmagic Design 4.6K film. Oh, no, that's target. So that's DaVinci wide gamut. And that's D for DaVinci intermediate. That'll be the intermediate codec, DaVinci wide gamut. DaVinci intermediate, yeah. So match. You know, done a little better. Maybe. Yeah, my black point, I did it, just exploded on you, that extra feature. But my black points are more accurate, so I could go with that. It's only a starting point. You know, obviously, it's happening in this node. And the beauty of it is it's configuring all the shots. Yeah, because it's at a group level. I can now go to all the shots in the group and see how that chart operation's doing for me.
So as a general practice of when you shoot, and should that be used per scene?
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, and decent lighting in front of the camera, a reasonable scale. The things I've seen, you wouldn't believe it. I've had standing with, you know, right at the back of the room with the chart and going, right, you got that? Right, good. And I've had other people sort of come up to the camera and do all that, and there's no lighting on it at all. You've just got to be sensible. It's got to kind of try and represent the scene and say,
do this, or this is for the house scenes that I've done specifically for that.
yeah. Yeah, that's it. And if you do it for different rooms, and that's a starting point to, you know, because even if I don't ever even use the chart, just the fact that I know that that's white, I can check the white, I can check the black, I can do all sorts of things without even, old school, without even using the chart tool. Yeah. So it's really handy to have something to calibrate to when you're working. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots. The pocket one, there's one that you know you can fold into a little carry case that you just put in your pocket. There's lots of different types, and they've all got their different shapes and sizes on this interface. So you've just got to make sure that it's kind of marrying to it. If I go to that one, I think it's got a completely different set of windows. Yeah. So that's what I think that's what the pocket one does. But yeah, just choose the appropriate chart and map it over the top, and you're good to go. Cool. If we go back to earlier here, we've got this shot at the front, which is this one, which is our highway scene. And we've got another highway scene up here. Yeah, they can be put into a group. So I can command click on that one, have the other one selected. We could right click and go add into new group, and we'll call this one highway. Now imagine, you know, you've got a scene that you go back to over and over again. Yeah, you could put all of that scene in one group. Yeah? They don't have to be contiguous to each other as shots. And then the brilliant thing is, remember this filtering, this clips thing, clips button, next to it there's a little drop down, and that's where we can get to all our filters. And one of them is grouped. And I could say, oh, I just want to look at my highway scene. Yeah. And it just takes everything out and pulls the two shots together. Makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
So because they're in a group, that means, of course, it makes it really easy if I went, oh, actually, I didn't want that was. Let me just get the right highway shot, you idiot. All right, so sorry, I picked up the wrong shot there. I'm going to remove this one I made a mistake with, so I'm going to remove it from a group. you can right click and go remove from group somewhere. Where is it? Remove from group, there you go. So actually I wanted this one in the highway group, so I could just right click on it and go to groups, highway, assign to group. Yeah. Then I'll filter to highway and I should get the actual shots I expect to see grouped. Yeah, so that's better. So now, of course, since all that time, long time yesterday when we started off the exercise, remember I can select this one to say I want to grade this, right click on this one and go white timeline clip. So now I'm comparing the two shots. And of course, this one's my reference. So I could go to my sizing menu, go to the reference sizing here and zoom that one up. So I'm comparing highway to highway rather than highway and sky to highway. You select the shot you want to grade, right click on the shot you want to use as your reference, and then get to white timeline clip. Yeah? You won't see that white timeline clip if you're selected on the same shot you're trying to wipe to. Happens. So now, of course, I've got some comparison in my vectors, in my waveform. I could go, all right, well, it's clearly too dark. Maybe the easiest way to fix it would be go to my curves and just pick up the white point and stretch it out. Yeah, so I could just stretch out that and lift all that info. Maybe lift the bottom as well, so it's not so crushed. Maybe I need less blue in it, so I could go to my blue curve.
I'm really sorry. I selected the wrong clip for my reference.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. So, yeah. So if you've got the wrong clip, you can just unfilter and select the right clip. So I could go back to all clips and use anything as the reference. So I've got that. I could right click on that and go white timeline clip. But yeah, I'll go back to that one and say white timeline clip. And then you get the right one.
Okay, sorry.
Good. You can see this is slightly more magenta than this one. This one's got a sort of magenta cast. This one doesn't so much, but it's in the black part of the picture. So I could go to my lift and just go against magenta a little bit, not so much. Something like that. Command W to turn off the white. And of course, if I have filtered it to the group, I can just play through from one to the other to see that it is working. So I could go, let's filter to highway, turn off loop. So it's going to play onto the other shot. There you go. So it's now playing through those shots. And obviously I've gone horribly wrong here. If I look at one of the things I do when I'm getting it horribly wrong is I look at the shape of it in the vector scope. Yeah. If I can get my info from this shot to match over that exactly, I'm going to get a nicer blend. Yeah. So if we look, I've kind of leaned it off over here. That's where it needs to be. So if I go to my offset wheel, now I haven't showed you the offset wheel, this offset wheel, but it's very cool because unlike these ones where I'm stretching channels, yeah, I'm moving around, I'm stretching the channels or compressing them, I'm doing something with them. With the offset wheel, it's just uniformly adjusting everything. Yeah. Just lifting everything and dropping it. It's not stretching it. Yeah. But if I use the wheel, you can see I can change the distribution of those channels. Yeah. I can move them around. It's very easy to move the whole color sample somewhere else. So now if I pull up my white, now I can go, this is the one I'm trying to match to. That's the one I'm trying to match to. I can take a note of where that information is. Ah, right. That's why it's not looking the same because it's much up more towards the red. Yeah. And you can literally just say, right, okay, I'm going to move my offset wheel. There's the info that I'm grading. I can literally just push it over the top. And you see it starts getting very similar tonally because it's matching the shape of it in the vector scope. Yeah.
Then if
If everything else makes sense,
Yeah.
and it doesn't, then you just got to assume it's broken. All right, so if you can go up to your filtering, you put them in a group, go to group, choose the ones you want. Yeah. You're all right there out in the real world?
Right.
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. So you can see this filtering business is gold. Yeah, if I'm doing if I've got interview shots 17 times throughout a film, it's a no-brainer to make them into one group. Yeah, because then you can just make sure your grade is consistent across all those interview clips before you distribute them back into the edit. Yeah, a really nice environment for making groups if I unfilter and go back to all clips. And by the way, if you try and export your film with this filtering on, it'll complain. Yeah, it'll say turn that off, otherwise I can't export the whole master. So go back to all clips before you try and export. But apart from this area and what we've looked at so far, one of my favorite places to make groups in and organize this sort of thing is my light box. Up in the top right hand corner, you can see a button called light box. Yeah, and if I click on that, it gives me a light box layout of my whole edit. Yeah, really handy space because you can even grade in here, but I can skim through each shot to see what it's doing, what's happening in each shot. I can build my groups in here, so I could go, all right, I need a group for that shot, and that shot. Right click, add into new group. So I can do all the same things that I've been doing, but in a better layout, could argue. I've also got all my filtering. If we look at over here in this little icon in the top left, look up there, this little cheeky button. When I hit that, oh great, I get my filtering, graded clips, ungraded clips, unrendered clips, modified clips in the last 24 hours, last 2 hours, clip colors. Have I put any colors on the clips? If I've for some reason select these shots up, right click and go add color, clip color, or make them orange. I now got an orange color on the clip. I could say, I just want to find my orange clips. So many ways by which you can just extricate exactly what you need to be next to each other. Color coding, flagged clips, if I've added flags like we were doing yesterday. Marked clips, keywords. I could have added keywords like ARRI to all my ARRI shots, and immediately that keyword would extract all my ARRI shots. Magic masks, this one's well handy because you can check your magic masks to see if they're working before you try and export them. All sorts of filtering, yeah? I'll go back to all clips. Up here, we've got color controls, and if I hit that, it reveals all our color tools. Yeah, so I can literally be going, oh, that one looks a little bit warm. I'm going to go and make it a little bit bluer. And done. Yeah. And now I rarely grade in here, but if you were doing dailies to just be spat out for an editor and all they've got to do is look half decent, I've seen people go through shots going, smack it, smack it, smack it. That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. and then just pump it out. But yeah, so many very useful things that can be done in this area. If I hit the info button, it shows me which ones are graded, which ones aren't, and we get these things underneath that are the names of the codec. By the way, obviously this whole film came from one clip, but if I double click on that name, it gives me the name of the file. Double click again, if I had versions, it would show me what version I was on. And if I double click again, it goes back to the codec that it was recorded in. And that's the same whether I'm in the lightbox or not. So I can double click under the thumbnails to cycle through the name, the codec, and the version. Right, so we've created some groups and you're getting the idea of the group. Now, that group doesn't stop you grading stuff. So if I turn off my wipe and I went back to my garage scene, this dude's far too dark, isn't he? If I play through the scene, he's walking in and then he goes to a quite nice bright again. So even though we've created a group, we can still work at the clip level to do our fixes, yeah? What you've got to be careful of with groups is you're always vigilant about where you're on the clip, what vertical level you're working on the clip. Yeah. Let me show you. If I go to post group level on this garage scene, and let's say I went, all right, I want to make it cool. I want to make it moody. And I'll push in some reds on the back end. So I've decided that's the look I want for the scene. Yeah. Of course, I can now see the whole scene with that look on it because I've done it at the group level. But that doesn't stop me going back to this clip level to just tweak this one shot. Be aware, however, this is a gotcha. This will confuse you. So let me show you. If I'm at the group level, like I am here, post group level, and I go to a shot that isn't in a group, well, it doesn't have a post group level. So when I go to the shot, it switches me back to the clip level. When I go back to the post group level, I'm back at the clip level. I've got to switch back to the group level if I want to continue working. That's just a little gotcha where you've just got to concentrate when you're making groups that you're working at the right vertical tier for what you want to achieve. So I'm going to go back here to fix this one. I'm going to go back to my clip level. And all I'm going to do is wipe this shot as my reference. I can go up and just turn off my grade, the look part, so it makes life a little bit easier. I can just turn it off on the node. And there we are. We've got our shots. Now, it's retained the last scaling thing I did. So I'm just going to reset that.
I feel like I'm probably just being a bit ditzy. So I've got the clip that we're working on selected.
Yeah.
And I've clicked on the clip that we want to wipe.
Yeah.
But instead of it doing it on the clip.
Yeah, you select the clip you want to work on.
Yeah.
And then right click on the one you want to get the wipe from.
I feel like I've done that. But so the one I've selected, yeah, it looks like yours.
Yeah.
So if I just turn the wipe off for a sec.
Oh, yeah, maybe you've turned it off. Do Command W and that will toggle on and off the wipe.
Yeah, but it's not
Is it just that the wipe's right over on the edge?
it's no, so it's just essentially so when we're doing the zoom,
yeah.
it's doing it on the clip that will be grading.
Doing it on the clip in the timeline. You might be on this scaling, input scaling, rather than reference scaling.
Oh, my node sizing, that would be right.
There you go, that'll do it.
Thank you. I was probably like, why?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Node sizing is brilliant, by the way. I'm going to try and show you that if I get a chance. But yeah, node sizing is quite handy. It's quite a clever little trick. It's an old school trick, but it's a good one. Before we do, though, let's get this working. So I'm going to do Option W, which toggles me left and right. So I'm going to Option W. So I've got this dude on this side, and I'm going to zoom this bloke up that's coming from the next shot, so I can compare like for like. As we know, we don't want to compare a wide to a close-up. So I'm going to go to my reference sizing and just zoom the hell out of this, maybe pan it in as I'm doing it so I don't lose track of where he is. So just going to get something of a comparable bit of info next to it, so that when I'm looking at my scopes, there's something of a similarity in the worlds that we're trying to map to. And then I could just use my gain to just lift up that shot, maybe give it my gamma a bit of a lift as well. I'd lift the blacks as well, because they're looking like they're a bit more crushed than they are in the other shot. So yeah, getting there. You can see my red, I've gone too far probably on the brightness. Something like that. Yeah. Now if I turn the wipe off and I play through it, much better. Yeah. If we go to this shot, again, I could still use that wipe. I'll reset the scale. And we can see, again, it can help me. This time I'll just use my offset and bring down the brightness a bit. Go to my master offset wheel, and I can just bring that down so it's matching a little bit better. Command W. So there's nothing to stop us working at the clip level, even if they're in a group, if we need to. And then at the end of that exercise, I can just step up to my group level, Command D to turn on the look, and everything will work in underneath that look, yeah? I can still keep the look on it while I'm working at the clip level. So here, for example, maybe the client goes, we need to pop these reds, yeah, get the reds to be more vibrant. So they use terms like pop, yeah? So I'm going to add an S, Option S. And a great way of just getting saturation, extra saturation in this red pipe would be using a curve. I've got a curve called hue versus sat. Third one in, I pop that out. As we know, they're chopped up circles. If I click on that red pole, I'm going to get a bad result again. Remember I said, if you click on it, you get a very discrete selection. So yeah, I can adjust it, but look at the way it's not getting all a smooth result. It's just getting specular. If I reset that and hit the red swatch at the bottom there, now when I do that red push, I'm going to get a much softer result. Yeah. So there's loads we can still do to create the look that the client wants. So now we've got our red pops, and that I've done at the clip level. But of course, if I wanted to, I could go copy, delete that there, go to my group level, add a node, and just paste it in. Now every red in all of the shot is getting the same treatment. Yeah. There's only a little bit of it there, but wherever that pole color would turn up, this would be now working with that color if it was bright enough. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. As a last thing, I'll show you that node sizing before we have a little breather. So node sizing, in our sizing menu, we've tried using the input sizing, edit sizing, input sizing, the output sizing, where you could scale the whole timeline to a specific crop. Yeah. Never use it. I use, as I showed you, the output blanking where I can put on my crops, but I don't use the output sizing. The next one along is node sizing, the one that you found accidentally. And node sizing is brilliant for certain things. If I went to this shot and I go to my clip level on it. So I'm playing at the clip level on this shot. I'll just give it a boost a bit so we can see clearer. Now, this is the classic shot, sort of shot where the client goes, yeah, that's great. Now, I don't want to see the speed signs or something. Yeah, remove those. Yeah, and node sizing is a little trick that can do that quite well in certain circumstances. We've got object removal plugins. Yeah, we've got absolute game-changing simple stuff. I'm going to show you a patch replacement tool that does this job exactly, but I'm going to show you it as a node sizing operation first. So all I've got to do this operation is I'm just going to activate a window. I'm going to get in close, and I'm going to draw over the object I want to get rid of. I'm just going to draw a window over that object. Ah, did it in the wrong node. Yeah, this is a node I'm working on. What can you do when you do that? I'll show you. You can go, oh, I made the window in the wrong node. I'll just select that drop down in my Windows menu and say copy window. Yeah. Then I can turn it off in this node, create a new one, and then go paste window. And it's now in the right node. Now all I've got to do is track that. So remember, we can go to our tracker menu and press play forward because I'm on the first frame, but I could do Command T and it's just going to grab that motion. Yeah. There's two more things to do to get it to work. Now all I've got to do is move that window to something I think will cover the sign. So if I go to this bit of wall here, just going to move it over this bit of wall, and that's the bit I want to use to cover the sign. And then I go to my sizing menu and node sizing, and then all I've got to do is pan that bit of wall over the sign.
Very clever.
Yeah, and now it's going to just hide the sign.
Is there like an anchor point, or does it not work like that?
It's not. It's by default when we track anything and then move that window, it just offsets that window.
Right.
So the node sizing is just allowing us to offset it back once we've done that.
Mm-hmm.
So we can track the object, move to the side of the object, and then use the node sizing to push it back over the object.
Mm.
It's a trick. I mean, we've got a simpler one. If I go to this shot and we go out to wide, again, I'm going to make it brighter. It's dark in there. So, say, for example, in this one, the director went, yeah, you know what, it's perfect, but I'm really offended by the heater gadget on the wall. And they do that sort of stuff. So we've got to get rid of it, yeah? In this instance, I'll just add a node. And in our OFX library, we've got patch replacer. So I just type patch, there it is, patch replacer, and you drag it onto a new node, and it gives you very simple tools to choose a source and destination. So I can say, all right, that's the bit I want to use, that bit of wall I want to use, and I want a cover of that.
No.
Yeah. So you can very simple cloning operation from one to the other. Problem you get, we're on a moving shot. Yeah. So we've got to track these effects onto these objects. Now, when you're using these sorts of tools, we don't use our cloud tracker like I did when I did that node sizing and it just threw the points in.
Mm.
We've got point tracking for this sort of thing. So all you've got to do to say you can see the object you've got to track is turn off the node. Your interface stays there, but you can see now the object you're trying to get the capture motion of. When we want to track using the effects tracker, you go to the tracker menu, and in here you can see we've got the cloud tracker, the stabilization, and the effects tracker. Just to point out stabilization, if I went to this shot and hit stabilization, I can stabilize the shot in here just as much as I do in the edit page. In fact, it's the identical tracker stabilizer. Yeah. So if I go to my effects tracker, so let's just make sure I'm seeing my effects overlays. There we go. So if I go to my effects tracker, the weird bit about the effects tracker is as soon as you select it, it doesn't give you a track. You've got to still add the track. And the really silly thing is it's only done by this little button at the bottom, this little one here. And that's my add track point button. Yeah? As soon as I click it, I get a track point in the center of the frame, and I can pick it up and move it over the object I'm trying to capture the motion of. And you want to find a contrasty edge if there is such a thing on it. It'll basically what it's doing is sampling those pixels and saying, oh, as long as I see that pattern, I'll follow it. Yeah. Now, because this shot is rotating, yeah, we've got a rotation, we've got a perspective change, we've got all sorts of things going on. One point is not going to be sufficient to track this onto the object. Yeah, we need at least 2 points to be able to capture rotation as well as X and Y. Yeah, so I'm going to hit the add track point again. And normally you want the second tracker on the same plane, but we haven't really got a good track point there. So I'm just going to use this, the back of the lamp here, as my second point, sort of in the same plane. And then I'm just going to track them. So I'll hit the track, and you can see it's grabbing the motion of those points. And my tool is already moving with that. So if I turn on my tracker, turn off my overlays, go full size, pretty good. You just hit that little point, that little track, add track button again. Yeah, you just literally turn off the node, hit the number. Yeah, now you can push your points over the object. Very handy. So now we turn off the node. That shows you the object. Then switch to this. Yeah, so it's going to track the two because it's got two. That is the rotation pattern. Turn off your overlays. Very there, just go to off. Yeah, so there you can see it. You could, of course, move your source and destination clone windows to just pick up something else if you're picking up. You know, I mean, I've got a fairly good result, but I've got this little bit here. If I go back to my overlays, I could go, yeah, I'll take another bit of the wall there and I'll move that a little bit more over there. So now when I go Command for F, yeah, I've just added something else that's a bit of a solution problem. So, but there's lots of ways you can, yeah, done it worse. I'm making it worse. Let's put that there, maybe make it bigger. There we go, that's better. Yeah. It's just lots of different ways to fix things, get things to work. Cool. We'll do that after lunch. So one more thing before we break for not lunch, for a break. If we go down here, one of the things that you often get asked to do is what we call an intermediate grade. And what that is where you've got a scene with a certain look on it, got another scene with another certain look on it, and you've got a stage kind of move towards it without anyone really noticing. Now we can animate everything in the grade. Yeah. In fact, let's do the animation on this shot before I do the next bit. So if we go to this shot, yeah, I'm going to add a node, and I'm just going to use my, because we're going to do a fake kind of time lapse on this shot. So I'm just going to go to my curves and pick up the white point on the custom curve and just drag it out so I can see something. I might pick up the black point as well to just give it a little bit more clarity. But you can literally just stretch out the shot, maybe put a midpoint in the middle of it and just stretch it out. Now, obviously, something so underexposed, when you do stretch it out, you're going to get horrible noise introduced, yeah, because it hasn't been exposed properly. But we're going to denoise this, or at least I am, because you might have a free version, in which case you can't do nothing. But apart from that, we're going to denoise it. But we're first going to animate a sunrise and put a move on it. So how do we do that? Well, let's animate the color first. So the color, I'm just going to make a node. So we've got node 3 in my case now. And as I said before, when our keyframing, when you open up your keyframe menu, which is next to your scopes here, each one of these correctors relates to the number of the node. Yeah, so this is corrector 3. And I can, this is not adding a keyframe. It looks like I've added a keyframe, but I haven't. In the color page, all I've done is arm it to record the next thing I do as a keyframe. Slightly different from the edit page. I never turn it on there because basically by doing that, I've just turned on every single thing in that node to animate. And everything I play with, whatever frame I'm parked on, will add a keyframe. So I never do that. What I do is I just opt into the thing I want to play with. So I want to play with my color. So I'm just going to take the color corrector in that corrector 3, and I want it to be a sunrise. So maybe that's a good starting point, a good end point. So all I've got to do to put a keyframe in there is either right click in that column and go add dynamic keyframe, or just wiggle any color and it'll put a keyframe in there. So that keyframe's in there now, storing this lighting state. All I got to do now is go back to the front of the shot and take the light out of the shot. So I'm just pulling it down to make it feel like nighttime. So we start there, and when I press play, it's going to animate to the other keyframe. I haven't got my loop. By the way, Command / turns on and off loop. So now if I play through, are you okay?
So yeah, oh no, the one next.
So we've done an animation on our color, yeah, from one state being very dark to bringing it to a daytime. Let's do a move on it as well. Now, of course, motion effects in the edit page, you can do an A to B move on the picture, you can zoom in and out, all on the edit page. This doesn't have to be done here, but there are some nice features to doing it here. Basically, in our animation area, if I collapse down that node, underneath it is our sizing menu, and it works with the input sizing. So if I spill it open, it's looking at input sizing. So if I go to my sizing menu and switch to input sizing, I can use this to animate. So I could go, right, oh, did I do that? I hit the mouse. Oh yeah, right to the end rather than the beginning. So what could I do here? Well, with input sizing, you see I'm in the input sizing menu. So now, as soon as I move it, it's going to keyframe because I added a keyframe there. So I could just add a keyframe by just wiggling it and go back to the front. And now I'm going to use the zoom, and tilt and pan to start on the wheel. Yeah, so I'm just going to pan in on the wheel. I've got a keyframe at the end, and now I'm just setting up the start position. Now when I press play, we're going to pull back and have a sunrise. Yeah.
So how do I get the default where it says size and size and it's got this kind of scale?
Yeah.
How do I keep?
Yeah. So all you got to do.
I've done it.
Yeah. So if we are on the size, all we've got to do is go to our sizing menu. Sure we're on input sizing. So as soon as I look at it, edit the value on there, which is Y. So I'll go back to earlier. Now, as soon as I start playing again, it's the second. So now we decide where we start from. Play.
And so when I did the other one for this one,
Yeah.
it's because I didn't do.
You only did it in one position, so you've only got that keyframe there. So it needs two to make the keyframe. Yeah.
I
Do
see.
you know what I mean? You are actually something. Added a keyframe there, but normally you want that one. So if that's animated, now if I play it again, that's it. Two. Wait. Go to three. Go in. It should have. So this number relates to the number of.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Now,
Sorry. So are we doing the same step where you add a dynamic keyframe to input sizing?
yeah, it's same. Yeah, input sizing. You just go to one end, right click, and go add dynamic keyframe, and then go somewhere else earlier at the front, and then just change the value in the input sizing.
Mm-hmm.
Record the second position, and animate from it to the keyframe you set at the end. Yeah?
I think I've done something wrong.
You'll be able to watch back on this.
All right.
But just one more thing I wanted to point out on this, because at the moment when it does the pullback, it's a linear move in the sense that it's constant velocity, straight in, straight out. But one of the things I really like about doing these effects in here is how well it does a nice deceleration and acceleration. And all I've got to do to get it to be non-linear is select one of the keyframes in the input space sizing, right click, and go to change dynamic attributes. Unless you select the exact keyframe, you won't get that menu. But if you select the keyframe first and then right click, you get this menu. And this is literally, oh, someone's left the room. Okay. So this is just very old and antique. They call it a start dissolve and an end dissolve. What's happening? Hopefully everybody's in. And all I've got to do is drag out a little handle on that. And now I've got this beautiful S-curve for the animation. So when I go okay now, look at what happens now. It starts off really gradually and it will slow down at the end. Yeah, it's a much more organic-y feel. It feels like someone has been on the camera rather than a machine doing it. Yeah. So that's cool. Now, the last thing we have to do, and I'll do it before we break, is noise reduction. Yeah. We've got all this noise that we've just introduced because this shot, if I turn off the grade, was like that when we started. Yeah. So how do we deal with noise? Well, anyone with the free version can't, unfortunately. Although you can get plugins, Neat Video do a noise reduction plugin, but it's about 100 quid. You might as well buy Resolve, because you get this for nothing. And in version 19 of Resolve, we've got a brand new AI-based noise reduction. So the noise reduction menu is the 5th one along here. We've got temporal noise reduction and spatial noise reduction. The difference being temporal is just looking for noise selectively that you'll see rather than over the whole shot. The spatial noise reduction is going to go in and do everything. Yeah. So this is the 5th menu along, 6th menu along on the side there. And it looks like it's grayed out. It doesn't look like you can use the temporal noise reduction, but what it's doing when it's assessing where the noise is it looks to frames either side to see the noise there. Yeah. So it's very clever the way it does it, but you can't, it won't be able to do it until you give it the amount of frames it's supposed to look to either side. So if I go to 2 frames now, it all becomes live. And all I've got to do is play with the threshold. Now we can do noise reduction in the edit page, in the fusion page, in the color page, but I prefer doing it here because if I go to my highlight controls and switch to the B, hold on, I'm just going to create a new node to do my noise reduction in, brand new node. If I go to that highlight B, you can see I see a neutral gray, and basically AB, that AB highlight node is about difference. So at the moment, I haven't done anything in that node, so there's no difference. Yeah. But if I start adding a threshold, look what happens to the gray. As I ramp in the threshold, you can see just the noise now. Yeah. If I start seeing shapes, I've gone too far. With noise reduction, we don't want to be softening the picture. We just want to be getting rid of that noise. So I can just go to the point before, and then with spatial noise reduction, again, that captures everything else. So you can go and drag out on that, and you'll get a nice noise reduction going on. Now, if I turn off that highlight control, we can see the result of that noise reduction. Yeah? So that's what it was like before with all this noise. And now that noise is gone. We have, if you're in the paid for version of 19, if you click on mode under spatial, you've got ultra noise reduction. And with ultra noise reduction, it does the thing where it decides where it's going to get its sample for noise done, analyze, and it just throws a point on the picture and says, oh, that's the best sample I can use for this noise. I can move that sample somewhere else and it will pick up something else. But yeah, that's noise reduction using AI.
Does it
Nice, actually. It's very clean and it's not softening things, it's just getting rid of it. I like it.
does it matter which order it goes in with the nodes? Like should it go at the very beginning or?
Such a good question. Yeah, no, that is such a good question because noise reduction is heavily processor intensive. And some people like to do it at the very beginning because then all their nodes afterwards are live.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to have to recache. They're not going to have to reprocess. But if your noise reduction is like this at the end, every time I go to another node and I move it, it's going to need to reprocess what's going on in the node. Yeah, in the noise reduction. So you're right. Yeah, if I do E, I can extract that reduction and just drop it in at the front. And at the front, obviously, all my nodes downstream are going to be live anyway. But sometimes you've got to stretch the shot to see the noise. So it's half a dozen of one and whatever the other. But yeah, it's a very valid call. And in actually the exercises in here, they turn off the noise reduction, assuming your machine isn't fast enough process. And particularly if you're using that AI-based noise reduction, that's going to be a bit of a slog. If I press play now,
Yeah.
3 frames a second out of it. Now it's normally better if I'm not using the ultra noise reduction, but you can see that could be a bit of a challenge to play back to your client. You might turn off the noise reduction and then play it back, and then just go back in and sort that out at the end.
Yeah.
Which is why it's quite handy that you've got a light box where you can filter for things like noise reduction. There it is. Oh, that's the one I turned the noise reduction off on. Yeah. So let's unfilter all clips. Cool. All right. Let's have a breather. Back at 4 o'clockage. Any questions on that? No?
Don't think so, no.
That's a good sign. All right. Back at 4.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Guys back in the house. Hey. Last push.
Hello.
It's almost I've got the Friday feeling. I was outside. But like everybody was happy. It was good. So we've just got a few more things to do. And yeah, we'll get them done. We'll see how we feel, if there's any questions after and so on. So I'll share and go back in here. So other things we might want to do in here. For example, as I was saying, there's this shot. If I go Z to get out to wide, we've got that shot. Then we've got that shot, which is warm. That one's cool. That one's warm. That one's cool again. And that one's warm again. Yeah. So we've got to do something about that. What we can do is shift click the 4 shots, go to our split screen, and then go to selected shots, selected clips. And now we're seeing all of them. Now, if I pull up my scopes, we're seeing, like we saw before, the shots sitting on top of each other. Now, if you select your clips down here, you'll deselect the selection. But you can remember, you can double click on the shot you want to work on. So maybe I'll choose this shot and I'll make it slightly warmer. So maybe I'll go to my gain, or I could go to my offset and just push towards a warmer color, something like that.
Sorry, Rory. How did you get the 4 up again?
Oh yeah, all I did was select the 4 shots in the timeline.
Yeah.
And then go up to my split screen and go to selected clips. Is that working?
Can't see selected clips.
Huh? Have you got all the 4 selected down here?
Yeah.
And then you go your split screen and you can't see selected clips in here.
No.
I don't know why. Are you seeing any of the other options?
When I click on it, underneath, I've got like a sort of a line with 2 arrows either side, and then an arrow above and below, and then a diagonal, and then 2 inverted arrows, and then
that sounds weird.
yeah.
Turn it off again if I was you.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that? You might be on image white. Yeah, good call. Spotted. You've gone to this button.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
one of these. Yeah, that's it.
Nice. I've got it. Yeah.
I love it when students start getting the question and answer solving it. It's brilliant. That means it's working. So good. So yeah, now I've kind of got my grade on this 3rd one, but I need to copy it onto this one and then modify it a little bit. So at this point, I probably would just select the shot I want it on and middle click to copy that grade. And then with this one, just to make it bed in, if I selected those clips again, those four, if now I've got the same look on it, I can go to my key mixer, key output, and mix back the gain on it. So I can knock back the effect of the whole grade on that. And I just want it to be something slightly less, so we go through a graduation as we get through the shots. So now if I turn off my split screen now, I can play through, and I'll turn off loop, play through and just see if they're cutting. It's always a little bit bumpy along the way because you've got that intermediate. You're going step to step to step. Its most extreme form of intermediate, like in the feature film I did, they had a guy getting into his car and then pulling out the drive and driving off down the road. And I basically animated the color from the start to the end, so that by the time it got to the end of the shot, it was ready to land in the next shot without kicking. Yeah, and because I animated over the length of the shot, nobody could tell that I was animating the color. Yeah.
So when I want to play one to another,
That's it. Now we've got two more really important parts of the system to look at. The next one is the joyous one, which is magic mask. Yeah? So this is your classic scenario. The director's going, right, I love this dude walking towards the sunrise, but he wants to be cooler than he is at the moment. He looks very warm, even though he's inside the room on his back. Yeah. So the director goes, can you change that for me? And you go, probably not. Until the magic mask, you would have said, yeah, I'll put a window over there and I'll try and change the colors in it slightly, but you might see the edges and so on. And the problem is, if I go to a qualifier and I try and qualify him, when I look at the key that I get, it's meaningless. Yeah? It's never going to get me anywhere. So I'll reset that and go to my magic mask. Now with the magic mask, as I said, we've got two sides to it. The object mask, which was added in 18, and the people mask, which was added in 17. Let's go to the people mask. It's got the little person on it. And with the people mask, it knows what a person looks like. So it just wants us to draw a small line, not a big line. We don't have to squiggle all over him, because the track, the line we paint has to stay on his body for the mask to be created. Yeah. If it slips off the side of his body, it's going to ruin the mask. So we want to draw a little line just to tell the AI where the person is. Again, of course, if you're on the free version, you've just got to watch. But yeah, so I've drawn the little line. If I hit my stencil color, it will draw me a stencil for what it thinks it's got. Yeah? So it thinks it won't let me draw the line. So it's split screen. So just to point out, if you've turned on your split screen or your wipes, if this wipe's turned on, then it selects the wipe tool down here. Sometimes when you turn it off, it stays on the wipe tool. So just be aware you've got to go to your qualifier to be able to do the stroke. Yeah. But you can see the key it's made. But by default, the magic mask has choices of faster or better. Yeah. Now, this is faster, but if you look at his head, we've got quite a loose mask around the edge of his head. If I turn it to better, look what happens to the edge of his head when it does its processing, which takes a lot longer. It's this button here. It's a stencil button. Yeah, but there you go. It finally did it, and it's tightened up that map a lot more. Yeah. The other thing you'll notice is it's made a hole where there was a hole, and if I was on easy or simple or faster, whatever it's called, it wouldn't have given me that hole. The problem being it takes longer to process in faster, in better. So I'm going to go back to faster. I'm going to turn off my stencil. If I turn on my mask now, my alpha, and look at the black and white shape, I'm going to process it in that mode because it's faster if it's just trying to draw the mask, not the picture as well. Yeah, so I'm just processing the mask. And you can see how wonderful it's doing, given that, you know, it's working it out on the basis of, oh yeah, that's what a human shape looks like. I'm going to give you a mask for that human. So now if I do Shift Option H to get back to my picture, of course, we've still got a lot of work to do on this map because it's really sharp, but we've got all our finessing tools. So I can add a blur radius to soften the edges. I could add some denoise to get that to be subtle. And now I can either choose to work in this mask, work in this magic mask node, or remember, obviously I can add a node downstream and just plug the selection that I've got in that node into the next one. So now this one has got the mask in it that I want, but not the magic mask. So that's quite a useful arrangement, because if I copy this to another shot, I might want to change the color, but I still need to do the same kind of magic mask. So all the settings will go and work, but I could do the magic mask and then change the color without any problem. So in this one now, I'm just going to make him blue, cool him off. So now he's got a blue from the room. Let's go back to the shot. I'll turn on loop playback. And now you can see it's playing me back at about 10 or 11 frames a second, which is quite good, because believe me, when I used to press it play in version 17, it was about 3 frames a second. So they're obviously optimizing it. But you can see I've got away with it. And now if I went option O, of course, I've added an outside node, haven't I? So I can now accentuate the sun out there and just add loads of saturation to it. And now I've got my blue dude and the colors I want outside the window, and I've got the two because I've managed to get separation. Yeah. It should track. You need to track this. Yeah. Now, once you turn, yeah, so down the stroke, it's going to process. Through that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a trackable effect. It needs to be tracked onto the object to know what object it's isolating. But yeah, we just did an impossible grade there. I mean, all right, there are still errors there. I'd have to do something about the edges and tighten them up and grow and shrink them and all that sort of thing. But it's brilliant for all sorts of things. For example, you know, a mate of mine's doing a film based on a 1960s character in a book, and he had to buy a Cortina from the 80s or something, or 60s, whatever. But he could only find a white one and he needed a black one in the book. So he said, can you change the color of the car for me? And Magic Mask said yes. So if I'm now add a node here on this car shot, instead of using the person mask, we're going to use the first one that it defaults to, the object mask. And with the object mask, it wants you to draw on the object as much as possible. Yeah. So if I wanted to isolate this car, I'm just going to draw, give it a nice sample of the car, obviously try not to go over the edges. But if I look at that now, it should give me a car shape. There you go. Look at that. How hard was that? And now if I process it, it's now going to track that stroke onto the car and give me a mask for the car. Now, it won't do as clever as to go, oh yeah, I'll give you a mask for the car, but not the wheels. So you've still got work to do if you wanted to change the color of the car, but it will get you somewhere there. So now I've got that isolation. I'll add a node and plug the key into that. So now I can change the color of the car. And if I went option O, that's working the outside. So, you know, how long did that take? It's incredible. I mean, I've never been asked to make a grade like that, but if I did, that's a pretty damn good result for someone spending a minute mucking about. Yeah. We've also got things like this. I'm going to go in here and turn off my look part. So I'm just going to turn that off so that we're just working on this shot. Actually, let's go to this shot first. So he's walking in. Now, this is an important thing. I'll turn on a node and I'll get rid of the look. It's in a group. I'm in post group now. So I'll turn that off, Command D or Option D. go back to my clip level. So now this is an interesting one. If I draw a stroke on this side of his face, it's going to be fine. But if I drew it on the other side of his face, because he's turning at the front of the shot, a stroke's going to be pushed off the edge. Look, if I go to my last frame, I don't want to be using the object mask for this because I just want to affect his face. Yeah. So I'm going to go to my people mask, but I'm going to go to features. And in features, you've got lots of different things you can do, like top clothing, bottom clothing, hair, shoes, you know, really ridiculous amount. They've added more here, legs exposed, you know, really quite specific. So in this instance, I could go to face, and I'm going to do it wrong just to show you what happens. I'm going to do it on the wrong side of his face. Of course, that gives me a face mask. Yeah. But when I track it backwards from the end here, you'll see that stroke leave his face. And as it does, it's going to break the key. Yeah, so it's left his face. And if I look at the key it's creating at that point, it's including extras we do not want. Now, if you assess the shot, and even if you've tracked part of it and then it does something like that, what you can do is go back to before it was wrong, literally just pick up the stroke and move it somewhere else. It's not going to create a different mask. It's going to be creating the same mask, but I can track forward, carry on tracking from there, and it shouldn't break the key. You know, if I go back here, I did it actually, I put it down on his neck. I'm going to actually just move it across to the other side of his face and process back from there. So now it knows exactly what it's doing. If I look at the stencil now, as we're going through, getting a nice key on the edge and so on. Yeah. Now, of course, he's going to look strange if I just want to make his face blue. You know, turn him into an X-Man. That's fine. But obviously we need his neck involved. And that's where we might go to another stroke and go into our tool and go exposed skin, torso exposed skin. And I'll draw a line on the exposed skin and track that. Every stroke needs to be tracked. But there you go. Now I've just made myself an X-Man. Yeah. Now with this shot, he's moving out of the frame. Yeah. So if the client went, oh, let's make his jacket a little bit more blue. Yeah. Well, let's go to our magic mask and we'll go to our features and we'll go to top, clothing top. And I'm just going to draw a line on that top. Let's see if it's done its thing. Oh, yeah. Great. Track. Our work is done. But of course, the problem will be when I want to make his jacket. Ah, see there, we got a problem. As it moved off, my stroke moved off and started breaking the key. Yeah. But if I go back before that, pick up the stroke, move it somewhere else, and then track forward from there, I'll get it to work longer. Still broke. So there, we don't want that one. There, breaking the key. So I'll go back one frame before, up, undo, move the stroke. And you can process forward one frame at a time if you need to. So when I see this, where it's breaking, I'm just going to go to my minus pen and draw there. It knows what the shape is, so I don't have to be too accurate with it. There's another one. I'll get rid of that. And so on, yeah? And you can just keep on processing through. All right, so I'll step back one frame, and here I've just done a minus. I wanted a plus, so I'm just going to go to my plus stroke and add another stroke. It's like rotoscoping for idiots, yeah? But having done that, I can turn my stencil off And now let's make it blue. So I'll go to my lift and just push some blue in. So it's got a blue, cold blue thing on his jacket. Now, of course, I've destroyed the shirt, haven't I? I've made the shirt, which was white, I've made it blue. But remember our layer node. Yeah, I could do a layer node, option L. That hides the blue jacket. And I could use my magic mask, object mask, just to identify the shirt. So now I've got my white shirt back from this node where I hadn't made it blue yet. Getting the idea? So now I've got my blue jacket and a white shirt back, and all is happy. Everybody's happy. And it's all because of the magic mask giving me that granular control that made it a doddle. Yeah. So the magic mask is your friend. It's got so many functions and places where it plays out. But as I say, if I go before that magic mask and do anything to this node, like tweak it at all, when I go to the magic mask, I need to reprocess it. That's why on the feature film, when I was using magic masks, I had about 40 or 50 nodes, but most of that was because I didn't want to go before the magic mask. So I added nodes after the magic mask to work. Yeah, because I didn't want to have to process and wrangle them all that like that. Cool. Everybody happy with the magic mask? Obviously, we've got all our refinement tools as well, and I'm sure as hell, like version 20 will have a whole new set of magic masky tools in there. The object mask is your most flexible friend. It basically, it will do whatever you draw. And if I wanted to draw just on this car, I'm in the object mask, draw on it, boom, that should be done. Yeah. Eventually. And that's the thing. If you've got a M chip in your Mac, yeah, anything that's neural memory, basically, it was only the M series, the silicon chip Macs that have got the neural memory in them. And that will massively affect how quickly your AI-based tools work. So just one to remember. Yeah. Have you done them all in the one node? That's it. One task per node, boys. Because as soon as you put 2 tasks per node in, you're basically digging a hole for later. So cool. Yeah, now that we've processed that, I can change that card. Whatever. Awesome. So, yeah.
Sorry, I ended up doing the magic mask on the wrong node. Was it a layer mask to get the shirt white again?
Yeah, to get the shirt. Yeah, I just did a layer node on top of the magic mask node.
Yeah.
So it's being fed by the first node. And then it will obviously be it will occlude everything until you do the magic mask on the white shirt. Yeah, so here, if I've, yeah, basically, if I turn that off, this is the state you've got to, yeah? Yeah, so when you put on the, if I reset the magic mask here, so when you put this layer node over the top, it's effectively using that white opaque. Remember, by default, it always hides the grade underneath until you make a selection on it. So when I go to my magic mask, object mask, and doodle on the shirt, that's the first time I'll see the blue jacket come back in. Yeah, if I make it red, let's make it red. So, yeah, so that's that. So I'm drawing on the top, pulling back the white shirt from here. So when I process that track, yeah, it's now bringing I'm not actually generating the color in this. All I'm doing is recovering the white from this shirt back over. That makes sense?
So I did do the mask, but the mask isn't picking up the blue of the jacket.
It is picking it up. You want to do something like that where I've just doodled exclusively on the shirt in this layer node.
Yeah, I've done that.
So yeah, let me reset that from red. So that's now back to where it was. So now I've got control over the shirt, the jacket. Let me just reset. I'm pushing the blue into the jacket, but it doesn't matter that the jacket's turning the shirt blue, because I'm just using another magic mask on top of it to recover the shirt from this one. Yeah. You're struggling there.
Sorry.
All right.
Wait, I think it was because it wasn't at the beginning of the frame.
Right. That might, yeah.
Yeah, it's done it now, so
Awesome.
cool. Thanks.
All right. So right. Checking what we've got to do. So the next really important thing I want to show you, and you know, we're running out of time desperately. So let's make a new project. We're going to go into our project manager and we're going to create one called Raw. And then in our edit page, we're just going to go out and grab in your project 3, there's Blackmagic Raw, and there's the media. So we'll just pick up the media and drop it into the project and match the frame rate. Cool. Now, remember what caught me when I last looked at these? I started working on the proxies. The media. So, as I said, when we were working, when I was showing you the raw quickly before, I got caught out by these proxies because they're not raw, obviously. So just be aware and remember to switch to prefer camera originals straight away. So you can see the HQ logo. Now I'm just going to create a timeline. So I could right click, create timelines using selected clips, raw, boom. Now, as I said, with raw footage, when we turn on color management, we don't have to do anything. We don't have to set up an input color space, you know, because the camera records that on set and carries that metadata file with it. So all we've got to do to get this stuff to look right is turn on color management. So if we go to our cog, color management, DaVinci YRGB color managed, or ACES, it doesn't matter, but let's stay with the one we're learning. And I'm going to go save. And you can see instantly it's now picked up the starting point that we want.
Sorry, was you on did you leave it on automatic color management?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just literally turned it on. That's all you've got to do with raw. Dealt with by the codec, by the metadata. Yeah, so if I go into my color page now, I can right click, bypass color management. That's what it looked like before. Turn it back on and we get out what it should be. Now, the tool I'm going to show you is brilliant for this sort of shot where you've got an overexposed, underexposed problem. You know, the shop's a bit dark, the window's completely burnt out. And that can be quite a common problem in a shoot because your DOP is going to expose for the most important part and not worry too much what's going on outside that window. But I had a shot in the feature where the guy's driving down the road and I wanted to grade inside the car. So I graded it so we could see him clearly inside the car, but that screwed the windows. Yeah. But because I had log and raw footage, I could recover the windows using the tool I'm about to show you. The next one along from your primary wheels is our HDR tool. And our HDR tool has 6 wheels, just when you thought you had enough. You've now got 6 wheels to control your color. 3 of them control the darker parts of the picture. So we've got shadow, dark, and black. The top 3 control the lighter parts of the picture, light, highlight, and specular. Our global wheel allows us to adjust temperature, tint on either side, and also exposure and saturation. But every brightness range, every wheel has its own independent exposure and saturation control. So what is this tool? How's it working? Well, that's how it works. So what's going on is the shadow and the light wheels are the most influential wheels. Yeah, they overlap each other in effect, but the shadow becomes the foundation of the adjustment you do in the dark wheel. And the black is working on the foundations of what we've done in the shadow and dark. Same with the light. The light becomes the foundation on which we do our highlight adjustment. And then both of these contribute to what the specular can do. So the 2 most important wheels are the light one and the shadow one. Yeah, so we've got light and shadow on one panel here. Let's do this shot first. So again, remember we were saying that raw has the detail. This detail has been clipped out at the moment in our scopes. Yeah, we can recover this because we're working raw. So I could go back to my raw menu, go to away from the project settings where I could have done it for every raw clip. I'm just doing it on a clip level here. And all I've got to do is tick to say highlight recovery, and I get all that texture back in the clouds. Yeah. But the HDR tool will really allow me to grade those clouds very specifically. Yeah? So I've got that working. I'm not going to go any more in the raw shots. Let's just do the foreground first. So how do I know which wheel is affecting what? I'm going to go to my shadow control, and if I hold down on that little button next to it, it shows me where that wheel's influence is, what I'm going to be grading. Yeah. Now, if I've hit that button, if I go to my highlight controls, it shows me that permanently. And then on the left-hand side, just to show you, there's this little button here that pops out a whole new interface for this. And it might help you help explain what's going on. So we've got here black, dark, shadow, light, highlight, specular. Yeah. So each one of these bars relates to a wheel. And actually on the side of the wheel, I've got a controller to say where I'm moving that and where the threshold is on that particular wheel. So if I wanted to, I could go, I don't want the sky involved. So I'm just going to move that shadow wheel down until I've got no sky involved. Yeah? That means now I'm just grading the foreground. If I turn off that highlight now, in that shadow control, I can adjust exposure. I can change the exposure of the foreground, and I'll add loads of saturation. So cool. So far, so good. Now, if I hold down on the dark control, that will show me a subset of what I've just been working on. Yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this interface can be hidden. I can shrink it back and I can choose to just bounce between one and the other. But I like having the both available. So I can see it here. I can move any of these wheel controls. I can move them by the drag on this, or I can pick them up here and move them. Doesn't matter where. I can move them by dragging on the actual bar here, or by any combination. And the other side of the wheel is the softness control. So if I drag on this red line, you see there's more red being introduced. So that's just showing that it's got more influence over the more other brightness ranges. Yeah. So between these two, I can adjust what I want. I'll take the threshold out so I'm not getting the sky. There we go. And now I've just made that nice and saturated. I might add a whole, use my saturation global to even add more. Cool. So now in the dark, I can highlight the dark and see where I'm affecting it with the darks. So let's use that to get it more contrasty. So I'm going to use my exposure to pull down those darker areas under the bush. Yeah. Let's see what the black's doing. Well, the black isn't affecting anything, is it? But if you look in our histogram underneath this interface, you can see the black controller's got no info underneath it. So if I move that bar back over some information in the shot, now my black controller is going to be affecting more stuff. So now I could use my exposure to even get darker on that last bit and desaturate a bit in those shadow parts because it wouldn't have the same amount of color. So I've literally done a secondary correction, haven't I, with my HDR tool, just working in the foreground. Now I'll go up to the three brighter controls. Let's hold down on the highlight. So it's still got some of the ground involved. If I want to adjust it permanently, I can't do it when I've got holding down on that. So I've got to go to my highlight control. And now I can drag on my bar to get that foreground out of the way. So it's not going to be affected. So now with that highlight, I can use the exposure to change the sky. So I might make it a little bit darker overall. I could add some saturation overall. I want it to be quite poppy. And now if I go to my highlight control, that's another subset of the sky, isn't it? So with that one, I could go to my exposure and pull that down. I could go to my specular. My specular hasn't got anything. So again, I need to drag it back over info in the scopes, in the histogram there. And now it will work. So now I'm just going to pop the sky. I'm going to get a nice bit of texture out of that sky. Yeah, by just dragging the specular up. Yeah. It's a great tool. You know, from Command Option D to that, I've done a lot of work, subtle work, but a lot of work. If we go to this one will prove how cool it is with under and overexposed. If I want to grade the room first, I'll hold down on the shadow. Okay, so the sky, I don't need to worry about affecting anything outside the room yet. Yeah, nothing outside there's being included. I might even highlight it and try and refine that even further and give myself even more inside on that shadow control. So now when I turn that off, now I can use my shadows. I'll lift the exposure in the room. Yeah. I might want to desaturate in the dark parts because the darker parts wouldn't have as much saturation. So I'll ramp out some saturation underneath my dark controller. And you can see we're doing a grand job inside that shot now, from that to that. And now I can go up to my bright ones and sort out the window out there. There is, remember, nothing to stop you using your camera raw in combination with this. So I could have adjusted the exposure before I started any of this at the camera raw level. Yeah. But if I'm in the HDR tool and on those brighter parts, I can go, right, what's the highlight? Oh, the highlight's working outside the window. The light's working outside the window as well. I'll go to my highlight and I'll drop the exposure. Again, I might want to do highlight recovery, because if you look, when I drop the exposure at the moment, look out the window in my window, you can see it looks really naff and gamma, badly gamma corrected. Yeah. But that's again because I haven't recovered the highlights. Look what happens to my parade when I tick the highlight control. Yeah, that's going to look at the difference outside the window between the highlight control being on and off. Literally makes that window work again. Yeah, so that's important. But once I've recovered that, I can now really refine what's going on outside that window, being careful, knowing that I'm not really going to be playing with any of the inside of the building, inside of the shop. Yeah, so from that to that. Now it's not perfect, I would still carry on playing, but you get the idea. Yeah. So your HDR tool has many, many functionalities. One of the things I'll mention about the HDR tool is the temperature and tint functions in it. It's around the global wheel. Strangely enough, if I change the configuration of the window, the temperature and tint don't stay around that global wheel. They move down here. But just to show you, when I add warmth, actually I'll do it in another node. When I add warmth, I'm going to pull towards the warm, and I'm warming it up. Yeah. If I drag the other way, I'm cooling it off. But that is following, as I say, the same Planckian locus line, the values of scientific values of color through the day. Whereas the color, if I made a version of this, I'm going to go Command Y, and I'm going to delete that one. I'm going to go to my primary wheels and do temperature there. So I'll make it warm in here as well. You can see if I go command back or next, that's the one I got out of the HDR tool. That's the one I got out of the primary wheels. The one from the HDR tool is much more believable because it's actually following physical light, whereas the one in the primary wheels is an older version and it's not accurate. It's just going, let's go warm or cool, not let's go a very specific warm or cool. Cool. Any questions about the HDR tool? There's one little function that's quite fun in it. If you want to freak your client out, you can, in this part of the interface, you can create your own zone. So I could create my own dark or bright zone, call it Rory, create, and now I've got a Rory wheel. There's my Rory wheel, and I can customize it to be doing whatever I want, but maybe a client wouldn't freak out, but you know, I like having my name on the interface. Actually, I've never had a reason to do that. I've always found 6 wheels was sufficient. So I'm just going to delete that wheel. You can't delete any of the other ranges, but if you've made one, you can, of course, save it as a preset if you have made your ultimate wheel thing, but I can just bin that off. There's one more thing you should know. If I go to my options on that tool, there's one called Bank Global Wheels. Bank with global wheels. It sounds weird, but what that means is that I'm taking my global wheel that affects the majority of the picture, and I'm adding it to this list. At the moment, if you look, when I'm selecting my bright or darker, the global wheel stays there all the time. Yeah, it's like my offset wheel in the primary wheels. It stays there all the time. But if I go to that black bank with global wheels, now I've got 7 wheels and I'm not seeing the global anymore. the reason why this is such a good interface is that, remember, shadow and light are the main tools that affect the most of the picture. So with this banked version, it means that you can have shadow and light on the same panel when you're grading. Makes it faster. But now when I go down to the global wheels, for some reason, it changes. So now I'm controlling that global wheels controller and not able to do temperature and tint in there. I've got to do it down here. For some reason, the controllers on the global change when you bank them. But if I turn that bank off, suddenly they go back to being temperature and tint again. I don't know why it does that. I think it's a bug nobody's got round to fixing yet. But yeah, the HDR tool, I mean, I tend to just keep in the primary wheels because I love the overlap of influence. So if I get my black point and my white point right, I get my gamma in a good shape, then I can finesse the gamma, getting the skin tones correct, and then move on. So I love the primary wheels, and I love the fact that they overlap in influence. The HDR tool, however, you could primary grade in there, but I tend to jump into it after I've done that initial balance to just refine what I've got. Yeah. The great thing is it does effectively secondary corrections without you having to go through the pain of isolating it with a pen or a key or, you know, magic masking or anything else. Yeah. So you've got that control. Of course, this is raw. So I could go back to my raw menu, go to clips. Highlight recovery is not going to make any difference to this shot because it's all underexposed. But I can go to my exposure and pull all that back in. Now, of course, as we know, when you adjust an underexposed shot, you get noise. So I could go Option S, and I'll go in and activate some frames either side to analyze it with temporal noise reduction. That's helping a bit. And now I'm going to go for mid ultra noise reduction and see what that does. Analyze. Oh yeah, that's good. I like it. I hate noise reduction, so it's always good when someone's better at it than you are. But yeah, that's done a blinding job. I've looked at this shot many a time and gone, wow, that's unusual. But that's, you know, that's killed off all that noise. That's a lot of noise going there. And it's cleaning it up here as well, which is really impressive. Look at that. That's what you want out of a noise reducer. Cool. How is everybody out there? Is this all making sense to you folks?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, Rory?
Please do.
You know the HDR wheels.
Yeah.
Can you use them on any clip? It doesn't have to be raw.
Yeah. No, yeah, it could be. It doesn't need to even be HDR.
So the HDR, the terminology for it is a bit of a misnomer then, really. It's not applicable to,
it's no, they really, no, they had a little brain fart there when they decided to call it HDR. It's mainly because they called it that because they think it's best when you've got like 15 stops in your shot.
Right.
You're exploiting all of that rich data set. But it's also, you can work standard def rec 709 in here. What you'll find though is the problem is you won't have much info to get all these wheels to affect independently because it's just got smaller data.
You need a better sampling rate.
Yeah. So it can't really do as well when it's got working on something that's already baked into an export codec or on a phone, stuff like that. But if it's got any decent signal, it's log or raw, you'll get glorious out of this. Even if it's it's been shot for Rec 709, it will still give you loads of latitude and flexibility. But yeah, good point. It's badly named. It should have SDR, HDR, or it should be something completely different, like your 7-wheel corrector or whatever. You know?
So, slightly tangentially, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
You know, if you're showing stuff back to a client or say this isn't going off to broadcast, which a lot of my stuff won't. So, in regards to playing a media file back
Mhm.
and it looking fairly reasonable in terms of color consistency, I notice a difference between the players I use.
Right.
As in, like, I could put a clip into VLC or I could put one into QuickTime and it looks quite different.
Yeah. Well, let's deal with that. I mean, basically, if you export from Resolve and it, for some reason, either QuickTime can have the wrong tag in it or the file can be tagged wrongly when you bring it in and that tag stays with it. So sometimes, and this is quite rare, but sometimes you can end up with a kick when you export your master. So I'm just going to put this on the desktop quickly. Where is my desktop? Where's the desktop gone? Who hides the desktop? It's not that one, is it? It's Finder. I'm going to Finder. Weird. Where'd you do it? It's not there. Finder, preferences, settings, that's it. Sidebar, desktop. Let's have a desktop, shall we? Crazy. Anyway, other trainers, for some reason, they like causing arse. Right, so there we go. So now, is it there? Yeah, there it is. So, see for looking. So I'm just going to do a quick export here and show you the tag. I'll call it tag. So now if I add this to the render queue, I'm just going to do a H.264. I'll use my H.264 best setting and add that to the render queue. Now at the moment, if I go to the advanced settings in there, we've got gamma tag, same as project. So this is going to be the one that we render out as gamma tagged, same as project. And then after it, that's because it's raw, it's taking forever to render. Oh, that's the noise reduction shot as well. So you can see you've got a bit of a headroom on paying, you know, noise reduction isn't just slow when you're working on it. It's slow to render out as well. It's now on its second pass going through that noise reduction shot, but it's not even bothering to update the screen because it's getting on with it so much. But, you know, that's what it is. But if this was wrong as a tag, as an export, I could go into QuickTime now and have a look at it. So let's go to my desktop, tag. So I could double click on that. That's what it looks like. But if I want to check it and see if it's kicking, one of the ways is to just, sorry, let me go back in. If I go to my edit page, one of the ways you can do that is just bring the file back into Resolve. Yeah, just drop it into my viewer and I can bring that back over the top of the actual file. And if I do D to disable the shot, I shouldn't see a kick. Yeah, that means the Resolve's not the problem. If you do that and it's doing that, then it might be that QuickTime's picking up the wrong tag or the player you're playing in is picking up the wrong one. VLC is normally very good, but QuickTime has always had a problem.
I noticed VLC is a little bit more accurate, you know.
Yeah, I think it's true. I think it's more capable in that sense. For some reason, they haven't really fixed this in QuickTime for many years. But just to show you, if you do see a kick, when you go into your delivery page, I'm just going to go off of calling it timeline. I'll call this one tag A. Yeah. So if I go back to my video tab now in here, where I go to that gamma tag and hit R, it goes to Rec 709 or Rec 709A. So Rec 709 is 2.4 gamma. Rec 709A is 2.2 gamma. So if I tag it with a 2.2 gamma and add it to the render queue, I should get a little gamma shift out of it against the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
So now that one's tag A. So let me just go back out here. So that's my tag. I'll just take the video down, drop it onto the layer above, shrink this shit down. Cancel. Let's get that smaller. So there we go. So now that's the tagged, still not doing anything. But that's because Resolve is reading the tag. Let me open it in QuickTime and see if we get a difference. Still got to tell. But in theory, that's what's happened. I've changed the output tag so it's using a slightly different gamma curve. But it is a mess. That part of it is a bit messy. But as I say, for most of the files that I export, I've never had to do that. I've never had to change the tag on it. Nobody's ever complained. So, but yeah, it is. VLC is a better thing than QuickTime because, as I say, I haven't heard the problem with VLC, but I definitely have in QuickTime.
It'd be nice if Blackmagic made their own player.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you close the loop completely.
Yeah, well, believe me, if there's a logic to it, they'll be working on it because their mission is to own the world.
Good old Grant Petty, eh?
Yeah, but in a nice way because he's giving it away. So it's just yeah. I think that no, but they're trying to close every loop. For example, in version 19, they've just turned the cut page into a broadcast transmission suite. Yeah.
Right.
You could be live capturing into Resolve and set up to do replays. You can add points of interest to the stream as it's being captured, which you're then choosing to do a replay around. And you can buy a little hardware thing called a replay player that allows you to set up all the replay, and then you can play the replay. It'll throw the graphic replay graphic on, then it will play the replay you've said, and then it will put the out graphic on it, and then it will drop back into the stream. Just like, you know, they did that. I don't know why they did that, but that's how Grant is. He's probably got a vision in 5 years' time of thousands of TV stations using that kind of functionality. But
It's
yeah,
like OBS, isn't it? Built in.
Yeah, it keeps on getting, they keep on doing things that surprise. And that one surprised me. I was like, but I don't want to make replays. But they were like, yeah, we're not making it for you.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, cheers.
No worries at all. Oops.
For this range for the outside, I didn't just, you just went to so
Yeah, well, yeah, you could. Well, you could do, as I say, instead of drawing a pass, which could be quite difficult to do accurately, probably be noticeable. So less is more. So we'll go here and go hard. You know, better off kind of just doing a really subtle window. It's really quick to do. The chances are people won't know it's there. But tweaking. Less is more when you know. As I say, I've had students draw accurately around a person, and then it's like the person moves, and they go, "Oh no!" So, yeah, keep it simple. Just try to find the route of least resistance, effectively, in every grade. But yeah, brilliant. Stop sharing. Any questions before we go into the twilight zone? My email address is rory@sohoeditors.com. So
all the grading you were doing with the black magic where you featured all of them in have the bypass color management, or did you do that with the color?
I turned on color management, but with raw it automatically color manages as soon as you do that. Yeah.
But did you grade
yeah everything's color managed. So if I share this while we're talking, so everything is color managed straight from get rid of these things. So everything's color managed as soon as I turn on that color management here. If I go back to DaVinci YRGB and say save, it shouldn't, it's killed it. Oh no, I've got that hidden, hiding it. Of course, this is loaded up. So there you go, it's all turned off. As soon as I turn that back on to color management.
But don't colorists want to have the cooling image to grade in professional work?
Well, they quite like not having someone else's grade on there, but they want to use the native camera language to get the best out of the signal. So that's when we turn on RAW, when we're working with RAW and we dial in color management, it's basically saying, I can use the DOP setting as my starting point from the set. And, you know, if I did this at the project level, I could go into my RAW camera here, go Blackmagic RAW, go, I want to play with it at the project level. I can say, I always recover highlights. I can go in there and go to color space. No, it's not that one, it's this one. I can go into custom, and then everything becomes live. And I could be saying, oh, well, actually, it needs more saturation. The only problem with doing it here is you don't see any update on the file until you save. A good trick is to hold down Option and save, and then it doesn't close away the window. Otherwise, when you hit save, that disappears, and then you've got to go back and play it again. So there's lots of different ways to get there. Cool. And rest, people. We've done it. We've done the color thing. Yeah, but rory@sohoeditors.com. If you get caught in a hole, or if you want some advice, or you want to set up a cloud collaboration thing, show your boss, or any of these things, would plan it better than I did when I showed you it last time. But yeah, any of that, just give us a shout, drop us a line. As soon as I'm not working, I'll get back to you. But yeah, don't panic. Get straight on it. Give yourself a proper job to do. Don't just play with this shot. Yeah, try and get a proper grade across a proper film. And that will teach you so much, and it'll bake in so much. Yeah, don't leave it 2 weeks. You won't remember half of it. So just get on it this weekend. Have a play, do it properly, and you'll love it. You know, it's great. Color correction's great because you can listen to a good audio book while you're working. You know, it's not like you've got to listen to the rushes or think about them. You just got to get on with the process. Live lovely lifestyle. So yeah, enjoy it.
Thanks, Rory.
No worries, and have a great weekend, you guys.
Thank you. I just have a question, sorry. Do you know your presentation?
Yeah.
Is that specifically for you, or?
Supposed to be, but if you don't show it to anyone.
No, it's just I was just interested in the
Let me see.
the reference images that you'd used, but obviously.
Well, no, it's all good. I don't know. Tell Blackmagic I did it because they'll curse me. Let me see if I can find it. That's the trickiest problem. Training packs, keynotes. There it is. There's my keynote. And there's actually on the bottom of this keynote, I'll point out, since we're going to show it to you. I've got it already open. Right at the bottom here, you've got some really good info about how codecs work and how work. the different data rates for things, what's going on in terms of different patterns of pixel shapes. Yeah, it's really quite technical, clearly.
Yeah.
But you've got lots of extra info in there about how you can improve your encoding, compensation for motion effects, artifacting. Yeah, so it's got a lot of extra info. All the stuff at the front is the course, but all the stuff after that, formats and codecs info, is quite useful. So
Yeah.
I'll drop this in the chat. I don't know if it'll work. I've never tried dropping something that big. But let's have a go. Let's go to the chat. See if it'll let me.
Do you think I'll be able to open it on Windows if it's Keynotes or?
I don't know.
Possibly not.
I've just dropped it into the chat. It's just uploaded now.
Yeah.
So have a go. Download it at least, and you might have
Yeah.
a cheeky Mac to open it. But I think they both can open each other. I think they can. Yeah. It should be able to work that way. So yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
No worries at all. All right, peeps.
All right. Thanks very much for your time.
No worries. Have fun with colour.
Thanks, Rory. That was great. Cheers, mate.
Have a good weekend.
Cheers. Good luck.
Bye. Bye.